Thank you for downloading the book in the free electronic library Royal Hebrew, http Royal Hebrew, all books by the author, http Royal Hebrew author Feduta Alexander HTML, the same book in other formats, http Royal Hebrew book Feduta Alexander Lukashenko Politicheskaya biography HTML, enjoy reading. The author sincerely thanks Anatoly Struliani, Yuri Kashchevodsky, Oleg Bogutsky, Alla Danilova, Gennady Grushvoy, and Vasily Leonov for their help and support in working on this book. The author also thanks the Regional Foundation for a New Belarus and all Belarusian, Russian and Lithuanian friends, without whose support this book would not have been published. From the demo album, The Country's Top Skier, 2004, not by the rules. Instead of intro, they try not to invite Alexander Lukashenko, President of Belarus, to the G8 countries, unless, of course, you count Russia, with which he has a special relationship. Nevertheless, in 1998, Alexander Lukashenko decided to visit the Japanese city of Nagano, where the Winter Olympics were taking place at that time. By way of improvisation, the new ambassador of Belarus Pyotr Krovchenko arrived in Japan a few days before. He did not even have time to settle down. Since the Olympics, of course, I had to go to Nagano and deal with the Belarusian team, and here, like snow on the hat, the message: Lukashenko is flying in tomorrow, you need to get back to Tokyo, arrange to meet him. It's not accepted that way, because you need to coordinate the visit, says Krovchenko. There is a protocol site, there are admission rules, there is security, which should be allocated to the head of state. I don't know how we will solve this problem, and the air corridor, who will provide Lukashenko with an air corridor when he is flying, and who will pay for parking, about $100,000 or $200,000 for parking for an airplane. Where will the crew live? And then, he will not arrive alone. And how to deliver accompanying people from the airport, where to place them. But the ambassador is a man in the service, and Krovchenko begins to call the offices of the Japanese Foreign Ministry. The Japanese are perplexed. What visit? We didn't invite anyone. The ambassador of Belarus in a panic calls the ambassador of Russia Pavlov, an experienced man. So, they say, and so, Alexander Nikolaevich, what to do, what to do? Pavlov reassures, whatever we can do, we'll help, and we will give buses for the meeting, but you understand, there will be no visit. It simply cannot be. The Japanese will never violate the protocol. You are wrong. He has already taken off. They have one landing in Khabarovsk, and 4 hours after that it will be over the Sea of Japan. Krovchenko calls Moscow, the embassy of Belarus, already in the know. We are ensuring you. As for the air corridor, the military are beginning to agree along their own line. We went to the Russian General Staff, those to the Japanese General Staff. Now we are calling Primakov with a request to help. Primakov was indeed asked to help. The then Russian foreign minister confirms this in his book. The Russian representatives, as they say, stood on their ears, having received quite unexpectedly and literally just before the flight an instruction from Moscow to ensure all the numerous formalities. 1. Through joint efforts, the General Staff and the Foreign Ministry, whose head Yevgeny Primakov personally addressed the Japanese foreign minister, eventually broke the Japanese. A man flies, they say, to hockey, not at all as a head of state, not on an official visit, but personally, and well, as the chairman of the National Olympic Committee. The Japanese agreed, noticeably surprised that someone flies to hockey like that, and even with a retinue. But Lukashenko was not going to limit himself to what he was supposed to do as the head of the Olympic Committee. he was waiting for the official recognition of his presidential status from the Japanese. It began with the fact that he demanded to organize additional protection corresponding to his rank. It was possible to do this, however, for a fee. Then he demanded that he organize a trip to Tokyo and a meeting with officials. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Japan naturally refused to organize a meeting with the Emperor or the Prime Minister, since it was an absolutely private visit. Ambassador Krovchenko managed to arrange a meeting with the Speaker of the Japanese Parliament, but now Lukashenko has booked. The Speaker of Parliament is not enough, I won't go. And again we found ourselves in a stupid situation, Krovchenko recalls. They stuffed, convinced, cried, and then had to apologize. It was literally shocking for the Japanese to not recognize any rules like that. But most of all, the hosts were shocked when Lukashenko got on skis himself, forced the guards to get on skis and drove through the rice fields, which were in someone's private possession. There was a big scandal, and the representative of the Japanese Foreign Ministry, who was constantly with him, tried to settle all this. All this happened before my eyes, Krovchenko laments. In a foreign country, not knowing the language, not knowing the local customs and laws, a group of high-ranking foreigners get on skis and run through the snow-covered rice fields in front of their stupefied owner, and then they justify themselves. We, they say, did not know that this was private property. We, they say, have no such private property. Two more stories made no less impression on the Japanese. The first is how Lukashenko wanted to drive the puck on the rink where the Olympians play. Krovchenko recalls this. Lukashenko was explained that at the Olympics there is a special regime, both political and security. Yes, you are the head of state, yes, the head of the National Olympic Committee, but no one is supposed to do this. But he persisted, to the complete bewilderment of the hosts of the Olympics, and I was afraid of only one thing: suddenly he would persuade them. But in the end, no matter how much he insisted, whatever instructions he gave to ours, thank God, nothing happened. The second story is how Lukashenko went to the locker room to the Belarusian hockey players. Belarusians lost the first half, and suddenly Lukashenko resolutely froze to his guards. Let's go to the guys. Almost all sports functionaries rushed to him. Alexander Grigoryevich, they won't let you in. There are security guards. There is the Holy of Holies, the team locker room. Krovchenko, according to him, remembered this situation for the rest of his life. Lukashenko does not even turn around to these remarks and requests to stop. Although the president of the International Olympic Committee, Marky Samaranch, and other top sports audiences are right there, he went through the Japanese guards like a knife through butter. The head of his guard was ramming ahead, and with such a look that the Japanese simply parted in horror, frightened of senseless bloodshed. This has never been seen before. The organizers explained the purpose of this trip in different ways. According to Yevgeny Primakov, Lukashenko was told that his personal presence at a hockey match could inspire players and secure a bronze medal for the Belarusian team too. By the way, the Belarusian team then lost the match with a ban. According to Krovchenko, the fact is that the Belarusians reached the final and had to play with the Americans, Canadians, Russians. Every thrown puck is shown on TV, and after that, it's not Lukashenko, who plays hockey almost every day, but some kind of ambassador, reaps his laurels. Here is the instant solution. It doesn't matter if it cost 1 or 2 million, but Lukashenko was sitting in a box, and everyone saw him. The bewilderment of the Japanese can be imagined. Who is this Lukashenko? Why does he allow himself so much? Why do high-ranking officials of the two superpowers, Russia and Japan, stand on their ears, as Primakov put it, because of him? Indeed, who is he? Book 1, Shklovsky Part I. Look who's here. I read the first biography of Alexander Lukashenko, on duty, literally a month after his election as president. I worked then as the head of the Department of Public and Political Information of the presidential administration, and he was filled with business optimism and bright hopes. It all started like this. In January 1994, I worked as the first secretary of the Central Committee of the Union of Youth of Belarus. The SMB was a rather pathetic likeness of the Komsomol of Belarus, which found itself without party and government support and state subsidies. The only thing left of the LKSMB is the 5-story administrative building of the Central Committee, but it was an eyesore to many. There was a redistribution of property, and this was a very tasty morsel, which we ourselves could not keep. Here, in the second year of our non-party and hopeless existence, a crazy thought occurred to me. What if you still find a party for yourself? Well, not a party in the full sense of the word, but a kind of political roof, that is, to get involved in the presidential election campaign on the side of some candidate younger and with a perspective. Then it seemed to me that such a politician with an eye on the presidency could be a lawyer and a universally recognized parliamentary tribune, a member of the Presidium of the Supreme Council, Deputy Dmitry Bulakhov. I went to him. Bulakhov listened attentively to my confused story and understood the main thing. Here came the neighboring building, ready to offer itself. At the same time, the building, firstly, is so stupid that it does not understand where it is climbing, and secondly, it is so uninformed that it does not know the alignment of forces at all. I was politely promised to think and asked to come tomorrow. The next day Bulakhov received me with the air of a tired actor after the performance. In a low voice, he announced that he was not going to stand as a candidate. Viktor Goncha, also a young politician, also a lawyer and also a parliamentary tribune, and I agreed. He said, "We decided that we are working for Sasha Lukashenko in these elections." I was silent. Sasha Lukashenko has good chances, a high rating, and he is loved in the village. He has enough strength to break the old machine and bring to power a new, younger generation. By the way, the seats in the future government have not yet been filled. And then he looked at me meaningfully. Just then the door opened, and, as if by chance, Deputy Goncha entered. "And here is Viktor Yosifovich," said Bulakhov and introduced me to Goncha. "And this is Alexander Yosifovich. Would you like some coffee?" They served coffee. Bulakhov began to tell Goncha what, most likely, they had had time to discuss 3 times the day before. The door opened again, and Deputy Lukashenko entered quite as if by chance. "Meet me," Bulakhov said in the voice of the production director. Lukashenko came up to me and, looking frowningly, introduced himself. "Sasha, we will be on you." "It's me, Sasha, and you are Alexander Grigorievich, the future president," I answered, shaking Lukashenko's huge, shovel-stretched hand. Lukashenko looked into my eyes, as it seemed, with some gratitude. Sasha Potter turned to him. "Alexander Grigorievich," he reluctantly corrected himself. "Here is a man who has joined our team, promising to provide us with premises and telephones for the campaign headquarters. Do you agree, Alexander Grigorievich?" Lukashenko nodded. He agreed. "In the same way, He probably nodded in agreement after 8 months of our stormy pre-election battles, which will be discussed later, in response to the proposal of the head of the presidential administration Leonid Sinitsyn to appoint me head of the Department of Public and Political Information of the presidential administration. Less than a month after this appointment, Sinitsyn summoned me, took out a weighty manuscript from a folder and handed it to me. Ivan brought it, read, "We will print." Ivan in the team that brought Lukashenko to power was Ivan Ivanovich Titenkov, the former first secretary of the Krasnopol district committee of the Communist Party, then a deputy, a businessman, and in the Times described, the presidential affairs manager. The manuscript turned out to be the first version of the documentary fiction story Alexander Lukashenko. Its author, former partisan Vladimir Yakyutov, earned his living by writing biographies of Belarusian leaders from different eras. Before that, I had read a biography of Mashrov written by him, utterly sugary, but, to my horror, Lukashenko's biography was even worse, and this despite the fact that her hero simply did not have time to really do anything for the country and there was nothing to sing about him yet. This is what I told Sinitsyn when I returned the manuscript. "You think, well, and the head of the administration, sizing me with an attentive look, casually threw the folder into the desk drawer. I didn't see her again. Later, when neither I nor even Sinitsyn was in the administration of the President of Belarus, the story was published and republished, but she, as, by the way, and other books dedicated to Lukashenko, did not answer the main questions: how and why Lukashenko was able to come to power, what he wanted to do, what he promised, and what actually came of it. Although I took part in many of the events described, I certainly did not know everything. Therefore, I had to include in this book transcripts of conversations with eyewitnesses. Chapter 1. The beginning of the way from Shklov to Shklov. Sasha Lukashenko was born on August 30, 1954 in the village of Kopis, Osha district, Vitebsk region. He was fatherless, so his mother, Ekaterina Trofimovna, moved to her homeland in the same year, to the Shklovsky district of the Mogilev region, where they settled in the village of Alexandria, not far from the regional center. Relatives lived here, and therefore it was easier to raise a son alone. Thus, Sasha can be considered a Shklovsky guy. Shklov is a historical city. Here the Shklov idol was once excavated from the earth's layers, a blunt-headed stone idol, carved by an unknown craftsman even before our era. Judging by the name, glass was made in Shklov, Shklo in Belarusian and Polish. From here, False Dmitry I advanced on Moscow, and then his successor, False Dmitry I, nicknamed the Tushinsky thief, also possessed Shklov. 200 years later, after the divisions of the Commonwealth, Catherine I presented Shklov to the retired Serb favorite Semyon Zorin, who opened a cadet corps here, created a theater, and at the same time gave shelter to all kinds of adventurers, including the famous counterfeiters, the Genovich brothers. However, in childhood about the historical past of the city the future president of Belarus hardly thought about it. Sasha Lukashenko's childhood was not easy. Firstly, there is no father, there is no one to intercede. Village boys, a cruel people at all times, poked bastards. Secondly, in the village of the 50s, early 60s it was generally difficult to live. There was no hunger in the Belarusian village, but there was no satiety either. Judging by the fragmentary memoirs of Lukashenko himself, the family was not just poor, but very poor, not to say beggarly. Of course, neither Ekaterina Trofimovna nor Sasha himself ever begged, but the money was not enough. Later, speaking about his student youth, Lukashenko will repeat from time to time, I was forced to study on a scholarship. The author of Lukashenko's biography we mentioned, Vladimir Yakyatov, will throw out the phrase from the quoted speech of the hero, but its continuation will lead correctly. We had a scholarship of 35-40 rubles in total, a public worker received 42, and if he also studied excellently, then about 58 rubles, and since I had no one to ask for help, I always tried to get an extra ruble for. In 1975 he graduated from the Faculty of History of the Mogilev Pedagogical Institute. At the institute he was actively involved in social work. For a number of years, Alexander Grigorievich edited the wall newspaper of the institute, was a lecturer in the Mogilev Regional Committee of the Komsomol 5 according to the words of the Dean of the History Department P.F. Dmitrikov, the same Yakyatov claims, and here is what journalist Anatoly Gulyayev says. 6 Who knew the future president well. According to Shklov, my wife, who studied at the institute with him, says that he really studied well and was an active member of the headquarters of the Komsomol Searchlight, responsible, if I remember correctly, for catering, and when Lukashenko appeared with some kind of check in the institute's canteen, then all the cooks were shaking there, because each piece of meat was weighed. Komsomol Searchlight in those years was one of the most informal cases of the Komsomol, in which the most persistent, corrosive, fighting and rushing to the top guys showed themselves. Sasha Lukashenko could well be attributed to such people. In general, his Komsomol youth passed in the spirit of the times. It was not for nothing that after graduating from the institute he was assigned to a school for the post of a released secretary of the Komsomol organization. It was the lowest run of the nomenclature ladder, something like a pioneer leader, only for high school students, but the first step in a career. After all, he became the nomenclature of the district committee of the Komsomol, however, only for 3 months, which fell at the very beginning of the school year. In November, he was drafted into the army. Lukashenko is well recognizable in the photographs from the demobilization album taken during his service at the border. Stubborn hard look, slightly swollen lips, high cheekbones. We all change little after childhood is over. In the Brest border detachment, he joined the party and even became an instructor in the political department for the Komsomol. From there, after demobilization, he went to work as a secretary of the primary Komsomol organization of the Mogilev City Food Trade, then as an instructor of the Oktyabrski District Executive Committee in Mogilev, and, 5 months later, he became the full-time executive secretary of the Shklov Regional Organization of the Znany Society. In Soviet times it was an organization called upon to carry out ideological work with the population under the guise of satisfying the intellectual hunger of the workers. It was already the nomenclature of the district committee of the party. Lukashenko fell into the cage. The habit developed from student years to interfere in everything and put everything in order, like in a pan in the institute's kitchen, was combined with Lukashenko's high ambitions. Here, at agricultural work, students at his suggestion, right next to the fire, they began to perform special physical exercises to train the spine. In the evening, a back massage helps a lot. Alexander advised, do it to each other. 7. Here is an instructor of the political department of the border detachment talking to the fighters. He read reports and lectures, talked both with large groups of soldiers and with individual soldiers. Sometimes a simple question grew into a meaningful and sincere conversation. 8. Lukashenko has learned to speak, and on any topic. There was nothing rebellious about him. He was quite Soviet and intended to make a normal Soviet career. Those of the students who did not have pronounced professional abilities, but whose energy was overflowing, began to actively engage in social work and ended up in Komsomol structures, and already there they led those who showed the talent of an engineer, teacher, agronomist. This is how Sasha Lukashenko started, but it couldn't make him happy. I wanted something specific. The then secretary of the Mogilev Regional Party Committee, who oversaw agricultural issues, Vasily Leonov recalls his first meeting with Lukashenko in 1979. There was a meeting in Shklov, and the first secretary of the district committee of the party, Verakasenko, brought Lukashenko up to me and introduced, they say, here he wants to be the chairman of the collective farm. And what is your specialty, teacher? Why don't you want to work in your field, in your profession? Lukashenko answered as usual, I was born in a village and I want to manage the household. 10. The chairman of a collective farm in Soviet times meant power and a certain independence, self-sufficiency. As a child, Sasha Lukashenko saw how the chairman manages the fate of people at his workplace. To become the chairman of the collective farm for him is the ultimate dream. Leonov gave advice to get a special education, and Lukashenko immediately obeyed, entered the correspondence course at the Gorky Agricultural Academy, studied, worked. It was not easy, but he got his way. On March 27, 1987, by the decision of the Bureau of the Shklovsky District Committee of the Communist Party of Belarus, he was recommended for the position, however, not the chairman of the collective farm, but the director of the Gorodets state farm in the Shklovsky district of the Mogilev region. On a state farm, a state-owned agricultural enterprise, there is, of course, less freedom than on a collective farm, but no collegiality to you, no even formal accountability to the general meeting of collective farmers. You have been appointed and you are in charge, answerable only to those who appointed you. The young and energetic director also understood something else. No matter how you resist with the team, no matter how hard you work on the ground, you will not raise the economy. Without influential support from above, Gorodets has traditionally been considered a lying state farm. Lukashenko's predecessor worked in it for 10 years, without achieving major changes. Even the active support of the head of the agricultural industry, who is all-powerful in such matters, did not help him bring the lagging economy into beacons. But in the Mogilev region, traditionally backward in agricultural production, there were really big leaders. In the shadow of a still strong old man, twice hero of labor Vasily Starovoitov, where should son Lukashenko grow in public opinion? With what results? Restructuring helped him. Belarus is waking up. Soviet Belarus, which lived more satisfactorily, and therefore calmer than Ryazan or Tambov, was overwhelmed by the waves of perestroika much later than the rest of the USSR. In Moscow, Yeltsin and Ligachev were already arguing with might and main, and the Belarusian political pendulum had not even swung yet. Ales Adamovich 11 somehow in his hearts compared Belarus with the Vendée, as the Vendée was the most monarchical of the French provinces, so Belarus was the most Soviet and, perhaps, the most prosperous of the Soviet republics. The last pre-perestroika, although already elected under Gorbachev, first secretary of the Central Committee of the CPB Efrem Sokolov, old-fashioned respectable, from among those who were commonly called strong business executives, was not at all drawn to the role of a political leader. just like the Communist Party did not pull its role as the leading and guiding force of the Belarusian society. This became obvious when Belarus woke up. Ales Adamovich and Zenon Pozniak woke her up. 12. The first told the truth about Chernobyl, the second about Kuropathy. Ales Adamovich lived in Moscow, was widely known, communicated with Gorbachev himself. Although he was considered almost a dissident, he depended little on party officials, and therefore could afford a lot. The voice of Adamovich, who spoke about the political responsibility of the center to the republics, was heard by the whole country. What I heard was shocking. A quarter of the territory of the republic fell under radioactive fallout. Nobody was ready for this. Belarus did not have enough medicines to treat the victims, building materials to build houses for displaced people in a clean area, food to compensate for the crops that were not harvested from the contaminated land, and most importantly, people were not told the whole truth. That is why they could not protect themselves from the terrible, but invisible and incomprehensible radioactive threat. People had the right to wait for help from the authorities, but the government was inactive. Although there was an article in the criminal code that determined the punishment for inaction, and the power was the Communist Party, whose leader was the newly elected Mikhail Gorbachev, the accident was written off to Gorbachev. The Belarusian party organization did not stand up for him. Here, the young general secretary was disliked for everything, especially for his talkativeness. The fact that it brought freedom of speech and freedom of thought was not remembered in Belarus. What kind of freedom can one think about when there is less and less food in stores, and the people do not want to be managed in the old way? On these moods, and even under the influence of Moscow trends in Belarus, an opposition unexpectedly arose for the authorities. The then opposition was called the Belarusian People's Front in support of the Ajrajhan Perestroika. The organizing committee of the Belarusian Popular Front was established on October 19, 1988, but even before that, the first sprouts of what could be called a national democratic movement appeared. These were youth informal associations, Talaka, Feduta and various environmental organizations, the first swallows of the national cultural revival. They were engaged in the promotion of the Belarusian language and literature, the study of folklore. Environmentalists fought against environmental pollution, holding actions that were not too noisy and crowded, but they were enough for a sleepy, well-fed republic. The party Langley pointed them out to the Komsomol. The Komsomol just as Langley conducted some kind of negotiations with the leaders of the informals. All this pluralism seemed frivolous. Another campaign carried out on orders from above. The bomb exploded on June 10, 1988, when the newspaper Literatura I Mastatstva, the governing body of the Union of Writers of the BSSR, published an article by the candidate of art criticism Zenon Pozniak and historian Yevgeny Shmigalev Kropotky, The Road of Death. It told about how people were taken to the Kuropathy tract near Minsk in the 1930s to shoot people. Then Minsk grew, and the tract began to coexist with the residential micro-district Zelený Lug. Having made measurements and counted all the data, we can approximately calculate the initial number of those buried in the investigated graves. It ranges from 150 in the winter grave No. 1 to 260 in the grave No. 5. If we take the average figure of 200 dead in the grave and make a simple multiplication by the number of burials discovered today, 510, we get 102,000 people. 13. These figures shocked the Belarusian public. The article received a huge response. It was even reprinted by the then main newspaper of the perestroika Soviet intelligentsia, Moskovskaya Novosti. Kuropati became a place of pilgrimage. The Republican prosecutor's office was forced to start an investigation and came to a disappointing conclusion for the Communist Party. Yes, the remains of the victims of not fascism but pre-war repressions were buried in Kuropati. Even Belarusians could not bury it. Not so long ago, in March 1953, it seemed to them through tears that the sky had fallen to earth because Stalin had died. Then, with tears in their eyes, they buried another communist leader, their own, Belarusian, Peter Masharov. The Communist Party, it seems, did not compromise itself in anything in Belarus. It was believed that no one was imprisoned, no one was shot, not counting the murder of Mikhails, and he was killed not on a local initiative and not by party bodies, but by the NKVD, which has always been Moscow. Belarusian communists almost saints, and here, on you, under the very, one might say, the house, the victims of the communist system, how to live after this. But Pozniak spoke about something else. He awakened national pride, all the best that was in Belarus. He explained by its own merits, how much allied money was invested by Moscow in restoring the destroyed Belarusian economy. Bombed cities and burned villages was simply not mentioned, and all the worst, just the influence of Russia, this evil empire, and it seemed that one had only to free oneself from Russian power and communist ideology, and one would keep one's satiety and one would gain freedom. All this foreshadowed a collision. It happened on October 30, 1988, when Minskers who came to the cemetery and gathered to celebrate the day of commemoration of the deceased jihadi there, found themselves face to face with police armed with batons and tear gas canisters. Zenon Pozniak delivered a fiery speech. To prevent perestroika from moving forward, the bureaucracy wants to create a confrontation among our people. Therefore, I appeal to you once again, let's be careful and be responsible. Let us be wise if they lack wisdom. Look what's going on. They are even afraid of us here, in this field. This is agony. Victory for perestroika 14. Pozniak's voice turned out to be the main force that day, capable of uniting people around him, and when the authorities used batons and gases, they turned the modest ethnographer and theater expert into a figure of national significance. The situation was dealt with by a special commission headed by the then Speaker of the Supreme Council of the BSSR Georgy Trezevich 15. The commission did not confirm the use of gases by a majority of votes, and assessed the actions of the police as lawful, with the special opinion of the poet Pimin Panchenko, who was part of it. But the deed was done. The gas attack stimulated the creation of the first alternative political structure, the Belarusian Popular Front. He grew up instantly, concentrating on himself the hatred of all the anti-perestroika forces of the Republic, but in the same way, he instantly absorbed the strength of all those who protested against the stagnation and party bureaucracy in Belarus. It became clear that the Belarusian Popular Front was the only possible alternative to the Communist Party at that moment. It was just about time for the election. All over the world, the opposition comes to power either by revolutionary means or through elections. Gorbachev in 1989 created such conditions for the elections that people believed, you can vote for the alternative. The Congress of People's Deputies of the USSR showed what happens when the most active, intelligent, disobedient are elected, those who are trusted. Thanks to the live broadcasts of the sessions, everyone heard their voices. I remember myself, as a school teacher, dismissing the children from school so that they, and I, of course, saw this spectacle. How my mother cried, listening to the speeches of Anatoly Sobchak, Andrei Sakharov, Ilya Zaslavsky, Galina Starovoitova. It became clear, you can say what you think. Perhaps these 2 weeks of uncensored television broadcast stirred up the whole country, irrevocably turning it on a new track. No, not the whole country. Belarus was in no hurry to change, although new ideas spilled onto the street. But in the elections of People's Deputies of the USSR in 1989, candidates from the Belarusian Popular Front were still managed to be contained by all-party efforts. Someone, like Pozniak, was weeded out at district meetings of voters. Someone, like Professor Mikhail Tkachev, was simply beaten in the alley, forcing them to withdraw for health reasons. As a result, only a few Belarusian non-formals who were only supported by the Belarusian Popular Front became deputies of the Congress of People's Deputies of the USSR. Alexander Dobrovolsky, Alexander Zurevlev, Stanislav Shoshkovich, Sergei Gabryusov, Viktor Korninko, Prosecutor Nikolai Ignatovich, writers Ales Adamovich and Vasil Bykov received deputy mandates from creative unions. Otherwise, the Byelorussian Soviet Socialist Republic at the Congress of People's Deputies of the USSR was represented by a completely traditional party nomenclature. Although in Minsk the Popular Front managed to give a right to the first secretary of the city committee of the party Galko, but the authority of the Belarusian Popular Front continued to grow day by day. The entire second half of 1989 in Belarus was marked by rallies and demonstrations. White flags borrowed by the Belarusian Popular Front from the failed Belarusian People's Republic 16 hovered over the crowds of people who came to the rallies. No, crowd is a very imprecise word in this case. There were many people, thousands, tens of thousands. The Belarusian Popular Front took revenge for the elections of People's Deputies of the USSR lost in 1989. In the next year, 1990, in the elections to the Belarusian parliament, about 30 informals took part, and representatives of the front played the leading role in the opposition, legalized for the first time in the highest legislative body of the republic. On February 25, 1990, the most massive rally in the entire modern Belarusian history took place in Minsk. About 100,000 people took to the streets, showing support for the ideas of Zenon Pozniak and his associates. The Belarusian Popular Front has become the main alternative to the Belarusian Communist Party. The fact that the front was created in support of perestroika, that is, the initiative that came from the communist leadership of the country, Pozniak quickly forgot. His position was very clearly formulated at the session of the Supreme Council on June 20, 1990. In the entire history of mankind, there has never been such a system, such a totalitarian regime and such a party, under the rule of which there would be so many crimes against humanity. As for the responsibility of each communist for these crimes, the person who is in the party is not legally responsible for her collective action. He bears legal responsibility only for his actions and is responsible in court. As for political responsibility, every member of the party who wears a ticket bears political responsibility. 17. And so it happened. On one pole, the CPB, on the other, the anti-CPB, or BNF, workers take to the square. The CPB blamed Moscow for everything, but out loud, the party apparatchiks did not dare to contradict Gorbachev. He was still the top leader of the party mechanism, well established in Stalin's times. Dissenters left on their own. By H. Efrem Sokolov also left. At the CPB Congress, he was replaced by the first secretary of the Minsk Regional Party Committee Anatoly Malofeev, who was considered one of the leaders of the Belarusian conservatives. In fact, he probably just wanted power. It seemed to him that the post of first secretary of the Central Committee gave power, but it soon became obvious that this was not the case, because power is when you can change the situation in accordance with your ideas about how it should develop, but Malofeev could not change anything, simply because the party apparatus, which he led, no longer had power. The crisis first made itself felt in March 1991. At that time, Pavlovian reforms began throughout the USSR. Prices jumped, but there were no more goods on empty shelves, and then in Minsk the workers took to the square, and, in the literal sense of the word, on Lenin Square. They were not rebels from the Belarusian Popular Front, not young people, but really workers. They walked in strict columns, collected, resolute. Only the rumble was in the streets. They passed from person to person. The tractor is on the way, they're coming from Integral. Why did they leave? There was nothing. Endless queues in stores. Even those who had money could not buy anything with it, and, in general, there was not much money. The Prime Minister of the USSR Valentin Pavlov first announced the exchange of money and thus confiscated large banknotes from the population, which were stored for a rainy day in the treasure drawer of the linen closet. All this overflowed the cup of patience. Nobody knew what to do. They only knew that all over the world in such cases they protest and organize strikes. So, spontaneously, chaotically, not understanding what to demand, they went to the square, as they say, showed civic activity, although there was nothing civilian in this activity, just the refrigerators were completely empty. The masses were active for more than a month. It was impossible to disperse them. About 20,000 people came to the government house as if they were going to work. More and more demands were put forward: departition of factories, decommunization of trade union committees, the resignation of the government and Gorbachev. The Central Committee of the CPB did not know how to react. Then the secretary of the Central Committee of the LKSMB, happened to be present at the only meeting of the Bureau of the Central Committee of the CPB, when the question of strikes, which had already spread to the provinces, to Soligorsk, to Orsha, was discussed. I remember the groan of the chairman of the Supreme Council of the BSSR, Nikolai Demantai. The problem is not with us, the problem is with Moscow. These people no longer had power, the construction on top of which they were doomed to collapse. She collapsed in August 1991, after the failure of the Moscow coup, quietly supported by the Central Committee of the Communist Party of Belarus. Everything collapsed overnight. The first secretary of the Central Committee, People's Deputy of the USSR Anatoly Malofeev, was literally dragged from the rostrum of the Republican Supreme Soviet by democratic-minded deputies. Secretary of the Central Committee of the CPB Valery Tikhonyatin, also a deputy. On the approaches to the building of the government house, the crowd literally spat on him, and the head of one of the squads of the Belarusian Popular Front, Vyacheslav Sivchik, had to save him. Tikhonya could not come to his senses and only repeated, thank you," while he was taken out of the crowd, and then taken to the hospital. He came down with an acute heart attack, shaking with fear. The former party leaders suspended the activities of the CPB, the KPSU, on the territory of Belarus, for which the absolute majority of the parliament voted 20. The former party propagandist and agitator Alexander Lukashenko also appeared in this composition of the parliament. On the wave of restructuring, Mikhail Gorbachev not only brought freedom of speech to Soviet soil, from Brest, as they say, to the Kuril Islands, but also unleashed an economic initiative, although he could hardly have imagined that a whole generation of leaders orators would appear, for whom the word would replace the deed. But, for all his penchant for talking, Alexander Lukashenko not only uttered beautiful words, sincerely believing in one of these magic words, he took it into service, and immediately fell into the stream. It was the word rent, production brigades or workshops, and in the countryside, brigades of livestock breeders or field farmers, links of machine operators rented premises, means of production, land, while part of the resulting production was given to the farm, and the rest could be distributed among the workers of the leased enterprise. Naturally, people worked better, there appeared some incentive, there was no talk of private property, free market relations. According to sociological surveys of the time, no more than 20% supported the introduction of private ownership of the means of production in the country, and the majority was strongly against it. According to Anatoly Gulyayev, one of the biggest supporters of the introduction of rent in Belarus was the secretary of the regional committee Vasily Leonov. He created a team of people who liked it. Among them was the young director of the Gorodets state farm Alexander Lukashenko. The young director of the state farm immediately saw that the lease liberates him as a business executive. He received a real opportunity to dispose of land, production products, money received from its sale, and the more freedom, the less control, the better. Moreover, you are not only not scolded for your initiative, but even praised, supported, applauded. Come on, more. The essence of these methods and the experience of the state farm Gorodets was described in detail in a book published in 1990 in the Belarusian publishing house Uraj, signed by A. Lukashenko. Gorodets Lessons. Oddly enough, in the life of our hero, prepared by Vladimir Yakyatov, not a word is said about this book, and the book is extremely interesting for understanding the logic of the economic thinking of our hero. Although this is only a literary record of the stories of the director of the state farm by journalist Rem Tkachuk, the main troubles came from the administrative command system of managing the economy and, in connection with this, the vicious organization of labor. Officials commanded both vertically and horizontally, generously distributing useful advice. According to the instructions from above, they plowed, sowed, harvested, reduced or increased the number of livestock. With endless prodding and instructions, they weaned people from thinking. 21. Another event in the life of our hero is connected with rent. Lukashenko was among the participants in the meeting on the introduction of leasing in agriculture, which was held by the General Secretary of the KPSU Central Committee. At the command of the General, 50 or 60 people were assembled, several first secretaries of regional committees, members of Republican governments, from executive committees of various levels, and so on up to the heads of the economy. It was called Consulting 22. Yevsey Kornev, the curator of the Gorodets State Farm, the head of the Mogilev regional agricultural industry, was also invited to one of these meetings, and as a living example, what if you need it, he recommended inviting the director of the state farm Alexander Lukashenko to the meeting 23. During that trip, the director of the Gorodets State Farm was polite and helpful towards his curator. He even went to the conductor himself for tea for both. It is understandable. Younger, lower rank. In addition, the very fact of participating in such a meeting was of great importance for Lukashenko, as for any person making a career, and he squeezed everything possible out of him. On TV, all fellow countrymen saw Alexander Grigorievich Lukashenko as a participant in the All-Union Conference on a rental contract, and especially one moment attracted their attention. From the rostrum, Alexander Grigorievich Lukashenko, during his speech, turned to Mikhail Sergeyevich Gorbachev, who was in the presidium, and clarified, "I say so, Mikhail Sergeyevich." Yes, yes, he nodded his head in agreement. 24. It's no joke, the General Secretary himself agrees with the director of the State Farm. It could not have been otherwise. Gorbachev was asked if he agreed with his own thoughts, his own ideas. Of course he agreed, but Lukashenko built everything masterfully. 25. Of course, not every director of a state farm in Soviet times could easily turn to the Secretary General like that. Lukashenko was able to. He himself managed to feel like a power, and not just a director, the same power as Gorbachev, only the territory subject to him is somewhat smaller than the Soviet Union, and in the rest they are equal. In any case, when they, along with the same Yevsey Kornev, were driving back, Lukashenko, according to Vasily Leonov, no longer went to the conductor for tea, but sent his curator Kornev. They say, "I'll tell you when." In they went to Moscow, they brought tea, and now you bring it to me. These are the people who are bastards. During the time of management at the Gorodets State Farm, another human quality of Alexander Lukashenko manifested itself, which cannot be ignored. In Yakyatov's book we read, on the next day of his directorship, Lukashenko met two machine operators, both tipsy. "Where are you going, friends?" the director asked sternly. "To the store," the workers said cheerfully, in one voice. "We need to buy something." "Of course, you can go to the store," the director said firmly, "but I won't let you go to the equipment anymore. You will conjure while a shovel and a pitchfork." A few more drunkards and loafers were followed by punishments. 26. After reading, everyone will understand. Harsh, but fair. But how was it really? At that moment, Shklov was in a fever of talk about how the director of Gorodets had beaten up a local tractor driver, Vasily Bondarkov, nicknamed Merkin. 27. Here is what the staff correspondent of the main agrarian newspaper of the Soviet Union, Selskaya Zhizn, already familiar to the reader, Anatoly Gulyayev, who dealt with this case on duty, told me. A criminal case was opened against him for beating a machine operator. He came to my house. These partyocrats, they want to settle scores with me. I ask, "Sasha, did you beat this machine operator?" "No, I didn't." "Go." They got into my car, drove to the hospital in Shklov. There was a doctor there. I don't remember her name. She issued a certificate to the mechanic about the beatings. I say, "How was it?" "Here." The mechanic came. We examined him. The injury was caused by a blunt heavy object. I left the doctor and asked, "Sasha, so that I know how to behave, tell me, did you beat him or not?" "No, I didn't." "Okay, let's go to the Shklov prosecutor's office." There, a young employee of the prosecutor's office says, "The secret of the investigation, I can't tell you anything." I presented the mandate. It says organ of the Central Committee of the KPSU. He shrugged his shoulders and took out documents, testimonies from neighbors who had seen him beat. Coming out of there, I say, "Sasha, the neighbors are showing." "No, the neighbors are bastards." We arrived in the village. We go to a neighbor. The neighbor tells how it was. He and his fellow mechanic got out of the tractor. True, before that they drank a bottle of wine. We got out of the tractor, and then the director of the state farm appeared on the white Niva, began, he said, to yell at us, and began to beat this machine operator Bunderkov. He beat with his fist, threw him to the ground and started kicking. Both his wife and children confirmed this, and we are sitting in a hut, and it is clear from the hut that the owner and mistress are drunkards. The beaten machine operator's wife says to me, "Well, we are drinkers, I know they won't believe us," and he breaks into a cry. So he beat. We all saw that he beat. Here the children saw that he beat, and the children, Bill. I go out and say, "Sasha, well, everyone says that you beat this machine operator." "No," he says, and looks at me with perfectly clear eyes. Well, what should I do? And since there were opportunities then, I asked the foreman to gather local machine operators at the machine yard for me. He gathered 12 people. I say, "Sasha, wait for me in the car." He stayed in the car. I ask, "Guys, like this, not for publication, I will not write down your names. What do you think? Could Lukashenko beat this particular machine operator?" They squirmed. I show, "Not for publication." I turned off the recorder. "I'm not recording anything." They say, "Well, if not for publication, then he beat me, and he beat me, and me." It turned out that out of 12 people, 8 people he also beat. I got out of there. "Sasha, you just told me that you didn't beat me," he says. "These are the people, bastards. I did so much good for them, but they cannot forget how I could not restrain myself a couple of times." This whole story became public during the election campaign of 1990, when Alexander Lukashenko ran for deputies of the Supreme Soviet of the BSSR, but then no one paid attention to it, considering it the intrigues of the nomenclature, in which our hero resolutely turned into a passionate fighter, and then the criminal case was closed. Deputies of all levels in those days had the status of immunity, but Anatoly Gulyayev, as we can see, is not so much interested in even the tendency of a young business executive to repressive methods traditional in Soviet times, when it's not enough just to remove a drunken machine operator from work, but you still need to re-educate him, even with fists. But something completely different. Gulyayev is perhaps the first of the writing brethren who understood. Alexander Lukashenko looks at you with completely clear eyes, and lies. Then legends will be formed about the honesty of our hero. There is a well-known case with the land allotment, which Alexander Lukashenko received before he was a deputy. Then a law was passed, according to which the heads of agricultural holdings could not own land. The same Shklov journalist Olga Pavlova describes that when one of the deputies write Lukashenko, accusing him of not complying with the law just adopted, he famously retorted, "I'm late, brother, I've given up the land a long time ago." According to Pavlova, the broadcast of that session was listened to by the regional land surveyor Alexander Gordiev, who was struck by such a shameless lie. He knew better than anyone that at that moment Lukashenko did not refuse his allotment. At the meeting, he asked the countryman deputy, "How can I understand you, Alexander Grigorievich? How is it possible to lie into a microphone, for the whole republic? Where is your conscience?" Alexander Grigorievich answered simply, "Where, Sasha? There was a conscience. Horseradish grew there." Horseradish instead of conscience. This is the main botanical feature, without which at all times, both in those and in ours, the path to the top for a novice politician would be ordered. Chapter 2, Warm Up Before the Run. Round 1, Lukashenko vs. Kabich. The first political campaign that Lukashenko went through was the elections of People's Deputies of the USSR in 1989. By the will of fate, his main rival was the future Prime Minister of the Republic of Belarus, and then chairman of the State Economic Plan of the BSSR Vyacheslav Kabich. 28. In that composition of the Council of Ministers, Vyacheslav Rantsevich was the most energetic, young, businesslike, especially against the background of his colleagues, most of whom simply could not decide anything. Kabich resolved many of the issues that I addressed to him without delay, and then we were offered several candidates from Moscow. From among the members of the Politburo, especially the secretary of the Central Committee of the KPSU Vadim Medvedev was recommended. We discussed the candidates with the first secretaries of the district committees, and decided to nominate Kabich, and put everyone before the fact. It was a real shock in the Republic, and not only in the Republic 29. This kind of amateur could end badly for the first secretary of the Mogilev Regional Party Committee, Vasily Leonov, and for the candidate nominated by him. However, Leonov's position was understandable. God is high, the Politburo is far away, and having one's own deputy is very convenient. In the end, they offered a completely trustworthy candidate, a member of the Bureau of the Central Committee of the CPB, deputy head of the Republican government. What do you object? Moreover, Kabich himself did not know that we were nominating him. He, too, was simply put before the fact. I called him after the meeting and said, Vyacheslav Rantsevich, we nominated you Firdi. There is no doubt that Leonov is telling the truth. Without the solid support of the regional nomenclatura, Kabich would never have risked running for office. There was a powerful information attack on communist functionaries. Gorbachev constantly made it clear that he considered the nomenclature to be the main brake on perestroika, that the majority of party and economic officials should retire. Of course, the informals on the ground also frightened Moscow, but, unlike the officials, they were worse organized and did not control the economy, and therefore did not represent a real force. The elections of people's deputies of the USSR were presented as a sieve, after passing through which only those party functionaries who accepted perestroika and managed to get the support of the people should have remained in power. It is no coincidence that every first secretary of the regional party committee was obliged to run for deputies. Only the winners were staked on top, only they could count on something. And Kabich understood that being elected a member of the Union Parliament in a fair fight would give him a chance to become the head of the Belarusian government. An alternative to Kabich was the director of the Gorodets State Farm Alexander Lukashenko. I asked Anatoly Gulyayev how it was. Very simple. Then for the first time there was an opportunity to be nominated not by the nomenclatura, so his colleagues offered him. In particular, its former director Volodya Malinovsky, chairman of the collective farm named after Lenin, was still a group. And why was he nominated? I was interested in the guys then. They say, he has a burly character, he will climb everywhere, make noise, let him try. Lukashenko led the 1989 campaign, as they say, from God, intuitively and accurately. Leonid Sinitsyn will later talk about Lukashenko's special feel. They say, he feels in his gut when and what to say. He knew what people wanted to hear, and that's what he talked about, and the people were militant. Vasily Leonov recalls an election meeting in Bykov, when they literally said, you cannot be elected, you force us to work, but we will fail you, disperse the party, we will not work and we will receive money. 31, and here Leonov does not exaggerate. The KPSU already seemed to be the source of all the troubles, and the one who criticized the party the loudest was most likely to get massive voter support. This is exactly what Lukashenko did fearlessly, as if forgetting for a while his own party past. Anatoly Gulyayev, I went with him to meetings with voters. They pressed him there, and actively pressed him, so as not to miss it at any cost. For example, we arrive in one of the villages of the Balinichi district. The club says, meeting with the candidate for deputies. This poster has been crossed out. Near the club one of the officials of the collective farm is standing, smiling quite impudently and saying, the meeting was cancelled. How cancelled? Well, that's cancelled, and that's it, and then as you wish. Then there were meetings, and how did the district leaders behave? At each meeting, they were noisy. Look who you are moving, there is nothing behind him. Lukashenko, waving his arms, said that everything is rotten. Grab the chair, this chair is rotten. 32, Olga Pavlova testifies. Lukashenko intrigued me with his manner of conducting a discussion. He gave some kind of remark and fell silent for a certain moment, carefully watching the reaction of his interlocutor or listeners, and when she was, as they say, in unison with his thoughts, he untwisted the spring of the discussion further, and also cautiously at first. Well, then, when the audience fell under control, Alexander Grigoryevich gave full power to his oratory skills. The powerful voice of the orator completed the intended work. The weak exclamations of those who disagreed were simply drowned out. 33. Vasily Leonov echoes her. Lukashenko was shouting about snickering partocrats, about cars, rations, residences for recreation. I have no doubt that Lukashenko could not have had any information that Kabich was behaving somehow immorally. He then successfully saddled the horse, which subsequently took him to the very top. 34. This skate was a passionate appeal to feelings, to the sincere hatred of voters for officials and authorities who have moved away from the people, who have finally ceased to be their own. Understandable. The point, of course, was not only in how Lukashenko spoke, but also in what he spoke about, and he said and wrote to the newspapers, I repeat, only what the voters wanted to hear, basically, about the unfair distribution. It is clear that in order to have more, you need to produce more. This is an axiom, but whatever you say, we again return to the problem of distribution. I consider it unfair when consumer goods and the best foodstuffs mostly settle in large cities, and in a rural store you will not find anything except noodles and canned food. Some even create a theory. They say, the villager has everything, and I say this, besides fat from the new year to the new year, he has little. 35. Here you can clearly see how freely Lukashenko exploits the protest moods of the electorate. He is no longer occupied with production, but is interested in redistribution. But his voters are not townspeople, but rural residents, and simple and clear answers to eternal questions are addressed to them. Who is guilty? Partocrats and citizens. What to do? Redistribute. Now, with the chronic shortage of high-quality machines and mechanisms in the agro-industrial complex, and much more, I see only one way to revive the village, to limit the city for a while in its needs. 36. From a high, as it seemed then, regional tribune, this man spoke about everything that was sore. He named negative social phenomena and denounced their direct culprits. It is clear that not ordinary people. How many times I noticed, when A.G. Lukashenko walked to the podium, the reaction of the audience always changed. The audience came to life, began to hum, even rage, and he, having risen, withstood a pause. From his words, some people pressed themselves into an armchair so as not to hear. Others, boiling within a joy, were ready to run up to this man, lift him high, high in their arms, so that from there, from a height, his fiery words would be carried to the whole expanse of their native land. 37. For Kabich, the situation was much more complicated. He had to be responsible for the entire management system from top to bottom. It was clear that Kabich was losing to Lukashenko at first, recalls Vasily Leonov. I had to give up everything in my own district and start working on the Kabia district. After all, it was I who proposed to nominate him, so now it was impossible to simply throw a person. Kabich was not thrown. The Mogilev Regional Committee tensed up and used all possible levers. Kabich won over Lukashenko, although with the smallest possible margin, 51% versus 49%. Lukashenko, of course, had real chances to get into the People's Deputies of the USSR, where his mighty populist gift, in my opinion, would have put him among the all-Union favorites, who later, after the collapse of the Soviet system, were expected to be almost completely forgotten. Many of the perestroika politicians who escaped from their regions in order to make a career in the Union ended their careers with the Union. The deputies from Belarus, Nikolai Patrushenko, Alexander Zarevlev, Nikolai Bobritsky, have also been forgotten. So Alexander Lukashenko won much more than he lost. This is not to mention the fact that, in addition to the feeling of popular support, he had a feeling of his own impunity. Sam Leonov, instead of getting rid of the upstart, went to the world. I remember that we were sitting with Lukashenko writing an article in his defense, says Anatoly Gulyayev. The door opens and Leonov enters. He saw me, he did not expect me a bit, and said, "Oh, and all right, let Gulyayev be here." Then he says, "Alexander Grigorievich, I came here to tell you, I still believe that you have not grown up to be either a director of a state farm, or a candidate, or deputy of the Supreme Soviet of the USSR, but since you were treated like this, I would like you to know that this pressure was without my command. I want to apologize to you for this pressure, but what I think of you," I said, "and think of me what you want." Yes, the apologies of the first secretary of the regional committee, with the still quite recent omnipotence of the party, made in front of the staff correspondent of the newspaper of the Central Committee of the KPSU, are not a joke. In fact, this was an absolution, an indulgence. One could confidently continue his political career. The opportunity presented itself. Less than a year later, elections to the Supreme Soviet of the BSSR were announced. In the same district with Lukashenko, his curator from the Regional Executive Committee, Yevsey Kornev, also moved forward, who did a lot for the Gorodets state farm and its leader, but this did not help Kornev. Alexander Lukashenko won his second round, the 1990 campaign, and he got a platform from which one could address not Shklov or Mogilev voters, but all Belarusians. Chapter 3. Deputy from Shklov is looking for himself first bats and first puncture. So, for the first time in its recent history, Belarus received a completely democratically elected parliament. In its composition, the Supreme Council of the 12th Convocation was a kind of cross-section of the entire Belarusian society, which included communists and nationalists, partocrats and democrats, intellectuals and demagogues. MP Anatoly Lebedko remembers 38. It was a non-rigidly structured parliament, one monolithic faction, the Belarusian Popular Front, another bloc of the communist faction, which, however, was melting every day, and with the rest it was possible to sculpt any design. People changed their views in front of everyone. although the vast majority were members of the KPSU or those who left the KPSU. On the eve of the first session, a plenum of the Central Committee of the CPB was held, at which it was decided to recommend the former Secretary of the Central Committee of the CPB Nikolai Demantai as the chairman of the Supreme Council of the BSSR, but the time was no longer the same. Far from each of the deputies who passed the sieve of alternative elections could allow themselves to be manipulated, and then an alternative candidate was put forward. She became a corresponding member of the Academy of Sciences of the BSSR, physicist Stanislav Shostakovich 39. Alexander Lukashenko stood up for the candidacy of the future Belowy as a bison, perhaps the loudest. I will vote for a person who is not loaded with old baggage, for a person on whom I rely a lot. I will give my vote in advance in many ways, and I must say, regardless of whether this person is elected or not, I am ready to work side by side with him and help him do everything necessary to make our republic more powerful and more beautiful. 40. This support of the then unknown, but free in words and deeds, deputy was a surprise for Shostakovich. Everything was explained simply. Lukashenko could not but understand. Demantai's victory would have led to the fact that all posts in parliament and in the government, on the orders of the Central Committee of the CPB, would have been occupied by former secretaries of the district committees of the party, and Shostakovich, if he becomes an influential figure, he will have to remember who supported him so actively. It must be said that Stanislav Shostakovich, who did not become a speaker, but was nevertheless elected the first deputy chairman of the Supreme Council, was not at all going to nominate Lukashenko anywhere. I didn't even have such a thought, he says, because I thought that this was not the level of thinking with which one could work. For example, as a deputy minister, this person could not work systematically, and not arrange chaos. So who is he with? Lukashenko rushed about, at any cost. He had to find himself, to establish himself, in those difficult years of continuous food shortages. Being on the farm meant a lot and gave both weight in the eyes of fellow deputies and self-confidence. Deputy Valentin Golubev 41 remembers, he always came confident in himself, like a man. Here you, city people, have nothing, no meat, no fat. I could bring a bucket of pears, pour them out here, eat, opposition, otherwise you right here. Somehow, after he brought some seeds to the deputy Linus Donovich, and I asked him, Sasha, bring me buckwheat seeds, then the deputies actively received land plots, and he also brought me seeds of buckwheat and carrots. Why do I remember it so much? He brought it and gave it so that everyone could see. From about 5 meters he threw the package to where I was sitting. Here, opposition, use it. At the same time, Lukashenko, of course, understood that a political career is made precisely in the Supreme Council. This understanding of his is evidenced by the enthusiasm with which he undertook the creation of various kinds of groups, factions and parties. Valentin Golubev says, already when the Supreme Council began to work, Lukashenko began to go to meetings of the Popular Front faction and actively impose himself as a leader. As a rule, what he suggested, they say, let me do this or that, was rejected. Yes, and he spoke most often from communist positions, although then, as soon as the wave changed, he immediately corrected his views. No more successful was Lukashenko's attempt to head the National Accord Party, PNS, which was being created at that time. By the way, This was the first attempt to create an alternative centrist-type party in Belarus. Here is how one of the participants in the first meetings of the organizing committee, a member of the Presidium of the Supreme Council of the BSSR of the 12th Convocation, Alexander Soznov recalls this 42. We were not satisfied with the political spectrum that had developed by that time. There was the Communist Party and the forces adjacent to it. The Democrats, represented by the United Democratic Party, tried to expand their influence, but did not clearly declare their political ideology. Many people liked the Popular Front as a patriotic party, but its economic platform was not much different from the communist one. It seemed to us that there was an opportunity to create something different, new. Here Lukashenko joined us. True, he did not seem to have any ideas other than to propose his own candidacy for the leadership, and everything he said at the sessions was clearly communist in nature, although he advocated such things as democracy, transformation. The words are beautiful, but the essence stood out: to take away and divide, and get into power yourself. At the same time, Soznov and Lukashenko jointly chaired the first meeting of the organizing committee of the peace. True, neither one nor the second joined the party. Soznov, as an economist, was much more liberal than what the ideologists of the new party offered, and they simply did not want to accept Lukashenko as a leader. Deputy Anatoly Lebedko says, "I remember the words of a deputy from IV, chairman of a collective farm. I don't understand Lukashenko. In the morning he is with the communists, in the evening he is with the Belarusian Popular Front. So who is he with?" The whole hall came to life. There was laughter. Everyone saw that it really was like that. Every best, in a line. Nevertheless, Lukashenko began to gain political weight. He spoke on all issues, as he himself later admitted, from abortion to missiles, and since the sessions were broadcast live on television and on the radio, his hoarse voice became recognizable and familiar. According to the memoirs of General Valery Pavlov, 43, also a former deputy of the 12th Convocation, Lukashenko was masterfully capable of chatting up any issue. He went to the microphone and famously spoke on any issue, although on most of them he simply did not even know the basics, and he relied on the fact that this is the opinion of my voters. Naturally, even if he did not consult with any voters, he should have liked this. Political scientist Olga Abramova, 44, was then co-chair of the Democratic Reform Movement and attended a meeting of the organizing committee of the PNS. She says, "By that time, Lukashenko was already a fairly prominent deputy, active, often speaking on a variety of occasions, but I was struck by how much he was admired by representatives of the university intelligentsia. Many of them said, 'I'm in love with this man.' There was a great influence of his personality, enhanced by television. Such was the magical result of the live broadcasts of the sessions of the Supreme Council, but even having felt how high his rating was in the initial period of his political career, our hero tries not to quarrel with any of his colleagues. On the contrary, he tries to make friends with those whom he considers influential deputies. He wants to be useful to them. Here are the impressions of Valentin Golubyov. I remember that in 1992 I published a monograph on the peasantry. He came up and said, 'Wow, how smart they acted in the 17th century. We need to apply it now. But what do you think? Farming should be developed.' I say, 'Yes, we are in the opposition, in the Belarusian Popular Front, we think so, then I will be with you.' Products from the village also helped to establish contact. Stanislav Shushkovich, first vice speaker of the Supreme Council, recalls a very characteristic, although seemingly insignificant episode. Somehow he asked me for the key to the trunk. He said that he brought some agricultural products. My giggle stood on the square, and then I found a lot of fresh cucumbers there. Breaking out of contradictions, let's leave cucumbers. Let's try to understand what were the principles of Deputy Alexander Lukashenko. What did he stand for? This is not an easy task, because if we compare his public speeches of those years, from the podium of the session, in interviews and newspaper articles, with his behavior, with further actions and statements, one can only wonder how much a person can contradict himself. His parliamentary colleagues, Valentin Golubev and Alexander Soznov, argue that he has always been guided by communist ideology, although many saw him as a passionate reformer. Privatization, the right to private ownership of land, the experience of the head of the rental company told him, this is necessary, without this the economy will not be able to develop further. And on December 12, 1990, Deputy Lukashenko makes a proposal to introduce the article private enterprise into the bill on enterprises in the Byelorussian SSR, and in May 1991, he states, privatization is the process of the emergence of a real interested owner. Why are we talking about this quietly? What are we afraid of again? 45. We need hosts. With pathos he answers the questions of journalist Sergei Plitkovich. Without them, without freedom in production, the Republic will never become richer. 46. We still have to make sure how, for all the progressiveness of his decisive statements of that time, our hero is inconsistent. But while Lukashenko is still gaining an audience, we are still only in 1991. As we have already seen, Lukashenko made his first bet on the rise of Stanislav Shostakovich, and although it did not justify itself, and Shostakovich did not want to serve as a springboard for Lukashenko, the direction of the political movement of our hero was determined, going into opposition to the Communist Party. Distance from the Communist Party begins with his attempt to split the party majority in the Supreme Soviet. By analogy with the deputy faction of Alexander Rutskoy in the Supreme Soviet of the RSFSR, Alexander Lukashenko creates a group Communists of Belarus for Democracy, but Rutskoy's idea did not justify itself here. A few statements published in the Parliamentary Narodna Gazeta are the entire political backlog that Lukashenko secured for himself at the head of this group. At the same time, different witnesses assess Lukashenko's behavior in different ways at critical moments that required political activity. Stanislav Shostakovich was amazed, trying to remember how Lukashenko behaved during the Moscow August coup. Listen, I have not seen Lukashenko anywhere, not in action, not in words. That is, he simply disappeared somewhere. The reasons for the sclerosis that struck Professor Shostakovich are not entirely clear to me, for even from the transcript of the session it is clear that in fact the deputy Lukashenko behaved extremely actively. Dear Nikolai Ivanovich 47, do you remember the meeting of the Presidium on August 20, when I asked you a question? I will repeat it. Why did you, being an associate of President Gorbachev, sell this person at a difficult moment for him? The second quote, during the coup, according to Lukashenko, the District Department of Internal Affairs, all the employees, were already rubbing their hands, writing lists and declaring who they would hand first of all. 48. That is, Lukashenko did not disappear anywhere. He understood that he could also be on these lists, as the most zealous perestroika. However, in another case, the memory of Stanislav Shostakovich does not change. At the moment of voting on the ratification of the so-called Biskupevsky-Balovisky agreements signed by the presidents of Russia, Ukraine and Shostakovich himself, who had already become chairman of the Supreme Council of the Republic of Belarus, Lukashenko was simply not in the whole. No matter how hard his biographer tries to single out Lukashenko from among the deputies, assuring us that only one of them plucked up courage and said his firm no 49 he can't do anything, everyone knows and it is recorded in the protocol. Shostakovich claims he was not present during the voting. I think this is a variant of resourcefulness and hypersensitivity to danger. He was absent, he just wasn't in the room. After all, everyone knows that only Tikhina opposed 50. Yes, Lukashenko appeared in the hall after the voting. As you can see, both in speeches and in behavior, our hero did not differ in spatial consistency, although, perhaps, this is the distinguishing feature, if not one of the reasons, of his consistent ascent. Guys, come to us. However, Lukashenko always knew exactly what he wanted. Simultaneously with the ban on the activities of the Communist Party, the deputies of the Supreme Council tried to ban the activities of the Belarusian Komsomol, but in the hustle and bustle they made a mention of the LKSMB in only one paragraph, the one that concerned the ban on the use of party and Komsomol property. Thus, the organization was, as it were, slammed, but continued to exist. As already mentioned, I was then the secretary of the Central Committee of the Komsomol of Belarus. In the last days of September, we managed to convene a plenum of the Central Committee to discuss questions of the further existence of the organization. None of the deputies who had once been nominated to the parliament by the Komsomol came to this plenum, but then Alexander Lukashenko came. I think everyone remembers it. He went to the podium, huge, strong, quite self-confident. The speech is chaotic, but the meaning is clear. Guys, you were offended in vain. You have nothing to do with any coup. Come to us, become the youth reserve of the Communists for Democracy group. We will protect you and support you. The motherland needs a strong youth organization. He was greeted with applause, and this is understandable. He, as always, said what everyone wanted to hear. True. Anatoly Kozaletsky, second secretary of the Grodno Regional Committee of the Komsomol, then took the floor. Here, said Talia, an intelligent person has come who understands that a youth organization is needed, but he thinks he needs her. He thinks about the future, his own. We must think of our own. We cannot sell ourselves to the first politician we meet. Lukashenko left the plenum without waiting for its end. He knew that his speech would be published in the Znamya Yunosti newspaper, one of the most widely circulated newspapers of that period. At least here he fulfilled his own task. He publicly testified to his attention to young people. He delighted the listeners who dispersed throughout the Republic to broadcast his words. Of course, this is only a minimum. No decisions have been made on his speech, and he has not yet obtained a structure capable, for example, of collecting signatures to nominate him for the presidency. But Lukashenko did not look upset at all. He knew how to wait. Moreover, there was no presidential post in Belarus yet. Chapter 4. Young wolves huddle in a pack who will defend democracy. Paradoxically, for the first time the communists started talking about the expediency of introducing the presidency in Belarus. Moreover, in 1991, for the next session of the Supreme Council of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of Belarus is preparing a package of bills on the introduction of the post of President of Belarus and the election of the President right there at the session. and at the same time about the legal regime of the state of emergency. Thus, the first secretary of the Central Committee, Malofeev, expected to become president at this session, introduce a state of emergency in Belarus and put things in order in the republic. In other words, decisively put an end to the opposition, perhaps at the same time depose Kabich and rein in the moderate reformers. Of course, this could not suit any of the other players. With such a presidency, power would pass into the hands of the Central Committee of the CPB, unloved by everyone, that is, those who so mediocrely dropped it in 1990. First of all, this did not suit Alexander Lukashenko, and on May 25, 1991, in the Narodna Gazeta, the print organ of the parliament, the most widely circulated and popular publication at that time, an article by Deputy Alexander Lukashenko appeared: Dictatorship, a Belarusian version. The program, we are talking about the program of the Central Committee of the CPB and the government, which included the bills mentioned above, is contradictory. The idea of the market is discredited in it and excluded by the methods of its implementation. Where is the freedom of enterprise? Where is the freedom to set prices? We have already had enough of bare administration when we fixed prices in agriculture and turned this industry into nothing. Economic populism. We will double the salary. We will protect everyone, though it is not known from whom. By the way, due to what? Due to a drop in production, due to tens of tons of empty money not supported by goods. Where does this lead? Clearly to inflation, to poverty. If this is an attempt to extinguish mass discontent and hold out for several years in their positions, then it's understandable. If this is politics, then I think it is anti-people. Yes, today the peasants are not on strike. They are placed in such conditions that they cannot strike. Therefore, the policy that has been pursued for many years has led to the impoverishment of the village. There is not a word in the program about private ownership of land on a par with state ownership. The moratorium on raising retail prices puts an end to price liberalization. And in conclusion, in order to increase executive discipline, it is not clear what kind of executive discipline and responsibility to give the Council of Ministers the right to take emergency measures, to appoint and dismiss the heads of ministries, departments, executive authorities, enterprises and organizations, and further. There is only one conclusion. There is a Belarusian version of dictatorship in the economy and in politics. Then comes the final court. Again and again I am convinced that, having decided 6 years ago to restructure and democratize society, it was necessary to start with people who supported the new with their heart and soul, and we wanted to make changes through the hands of those who brought the country to the edge. Seeing what this new threat threatens, today they, using the difficulties and chaos that they themselves created. After all, look, we in Belarus have no new forces anywhere in the leadership. Everywhere there are cadres of those golden years. They convince with their propaganda that to the Democrats brought it on 51. This is no longer just a newspaper article. Here is the position. Moreover, the position of a politician who feels the pulse of the times, who understands what is expected of him. And here is the statement of Deputy Lukashenko during the discussion at the session of the draft law on the legal status of the state of emergency. Forgive me, comrades, but I will not vote for this bill. People didn't choose me here so that I would vote for laws according to which people would be sent to prison tomorrow. 52. Again, Lukashenko caught the moment, got into the stream, as befits a politician striving for power. He carefully peered and listened to everything that was happening around. He saw that the idea of the Central Committee of the CPB was doomed to failure from the very beginning, and therefore, with such frank courage. He rushed into battle, and he turned out to be right. The proposal of the communists at the session fails miserably, and Lukashenko himself remains the winner, and twice. First, he was able to express himself again. Secondly, and for this he already had to thank the defeated Central Committee of the CPB, the idea of turning the BSSR into a presidential republic was formulated and voiced. So, thrown into the public consciousness, CPB starts and loses. What happened to the Supreme Soviet of the 12th Convocation after the activity of the CPB was suspended by the decision of its party majority? As we remember, the first secretary of the Central Committee of the CPB, Malofeev, was expelled from the parliamentary rostrum, and he obeyed. Secretary of the Central Committee Tikhinya, rescued from the crowd by the Belarusian Popular Front, was in the hospital with a heart attack. The party majority in the Supreme Soviet turned out to be decapitated. Then they remembered that the Soviet nomenclature was always called Party Economic. Both Prime Minister Vyacheslav Kabich and almost all chairmen of regional executive committees were deputies of the Supreme Council of Belarus. The party majority was now ready to focus on them as the last hope to retain power, but business executives could not stand the party leadership. After all, it was they who were commanded from the party committees. They were forced to carry out the decisions of the plenums and congresses. It was they who were responsible for the standard of living, which was rapidly falling from all this party nonsense. Now, when the party power was collapsing after the coup, it would be foolish not to take advantage of this, in order, as they say, to pay for all the humiliations, and hand over the members of the Central Committee with all the giblets. On August 26, 1991, the government of the BSSR, headed by the chairman of the Council of Ministers, announced its withdrawal from the Communist Party. Thus, the Soviet business executives, together with the BNF opposition, buried the CPB 53. It turned out that one could live without endless pomps at meetings in regional committees and the Central Committee. Soviet business executives, to the marrow of their bones, perhaps, were even grateful to Pozniak for his anti-communism, and if Zenon Stanislavovich had stopped here, without demanding the expulsion of former communists from the executive branch, they would have carried him in their arms. Perhaps even someone would have been elected, but history does not know the subjunctive mood, and the leader of the Belarusian Popular Front has never been able to pause, feeling the moment. Everyone is dissatisfied with the non-party Shushkevich after the voluntary resignation of Speaker Nikolai Demantai. No one could immediately be elected in his place. Neither Shushkevich nor Kabich won the necessary majority of votes, and then the experience of the hardened Arachik suggested to Kabich the only right decision at that moment, to withdraw his candidacy. There is a government, so it will rule, and Kabich remained prime minister. Stanislav Shushkevich became the chairman of the Supreme Council of Belarus, a non-partisan speaker. The party membership of a former member of the party committee of the Belarusian State University somehow disappeared by itself. This was completely new, but it was precisely the non-partisanship that seriously prevented him. The fact is that formally he was a protege of the democratic wing of the Supreme Council, but in fact, he was elected as a result of a compromise between the parliamentary majority and the parliamentary majority itself. The parliamentary majority, which agreed to a two-headed model of government, Shushkevich-Kabich, the country's leadership, believed that it had the right to demand endless gratitude and loyalty from Shushkevich. Shushkevich, on the other hand, took a position of principle. He is the chairman of the entire Supreme Soviet and must lead it. taking into account all points of view. Needless to say, such principledness inevitably aroused dissatisfaction with the second largest group of influence, the BPF parliamentary opposition. The frontline soldiers, led by Pozniak, declared that Shushkevich would betray national interests, trying to rely on the old nomenclature majority in parliament. Dissatisfaction reached the point that Shushkevich was even denied intellectual support. He asked for advisors from among the front intellectuals. In particular, it was about Pozniak's deputy, a young opposition figure Vincek Bakako 54. Pozniak could not allow his fellow party members to work for anyone's authority, except for the authority of the BPF leader himself. Moreover, Shushkevich formally occupied the niche in the Supreme Council that Pozniak himself claimed. 55. There was also a third group of dissatisfied, parliamentary youth, young deputies led by two lawyers already familiar to the reader, Dmitry Bulakhov, chairman of the Commission on Legislation, and Viktor Goncha, candidate of sciences. Dmitry Bulakhov openly claimed parliamentary leadership, which could not but irritate the nomenclature majority. A brilliant orator, Goncha, perhaps, was not inferior to him in ambition, but surpassed him in logic and persuasiveness, and the journalists even argued among themselves who exactly, Dima has a chance to become the first president of a country that has become a sovereign country at once. It seemed to these leaders of the new political elite that Shushkevich should bet on them, but Shushkevich did not want this. Being a political newcomer, he was not going to rely on the same, only younger and more ambitious ones, because he himself thought about the possibility of participating in the presidential election. The new generation is looking for a ramp. Few people thought about Lukashenko as a possible contender for the presidency. Gonchar and Bulakhov thought. They knew for sure that a battering ram was needed, the strength of which would be enough to demolish the old post-communist system and bring them to power. Of course, it was about a new generation of politicians, and it was assumed that this generation would put things in order and be able to carry out reforms in Belarus. Gonchar and Bulakhov, apparently, understood that the immediate destruction of the old power structure, clearing, as they say, political space is a rough and even dirty job. They themselves did not disdain such work, but due to personal characteristics they were not capable of it, and at the same time, they understood that such a populist demagogue as Lukashenko is the right figure. In any case, he will cope with the role of a ram. Deputy Anatoly Lebedko recalls, the watershed was clearly passing. Here are those who wanted to move forward, destroy the hated old, and those who interfered with this process. If you read the press or the transcripts of the sessions, it is easy to see that the party in power and its nomenclature were considered the main obstacle at that time. Kabich as a primordially party product and his entourage seemed to be the main obstacle. It seemed to everyone that it was enough to remove this old nomenclature, and the movement would be very fast. There was no place for young people in the post-communist team that was in power. Basically, it wasn't. Those who, by age, did not manage to grow up to the level of the secretary of the regional committee or the city committee of the party, who were not personally introduced to Kabich, could count on little. An experienced functionary demanded experience from his comrades in arms, but where can you get it in your youth? In addition, Kabich had an old idea of power. If a person is eager to go there, it means that he needs something. What? After all, everyone is able to be satisfied with something small. The ultimate dream can be a position, an award, a title, a prize. Help a person realize his dream, and he will stop demanding power. sometimes it worked out well. As an anecdote is told, a prominent opposition figure, a former accountant, who almost claimed the post of finance minister in the future government of People's Trust, went to the prime minister's office and spent hours explaining to him that Kabich himself and his government did not understand anything about financial reform, country systems. At some point, Kabich got tired of it. The prime minister leaned over the table and, looking affectionately into the eyes of the oppositionist, asked, "Yura, maybe do you need an apartment, you say?" After that, the ex-accountant did not disturb the head of government. They say he got an apartment, but Gonchar and Bulakhov wanted more. They didn't need apartments, they wanted to rule the country, to have full power. Lukashenko wanted the same. Even then it was clearly visible that Lukashenko craved power, says Pyotr Krovchenko, just as a 16-year-old boy wants to be close to a woman, so Lukashenko, with all the fibers of his soul, with every cell of his body, desired power as such, for power for him was pleasure, in a certain sense, as an end in itself and as the enjoyment of material goods. Stanislav Shoshkovich recalls, "It was right after the story with the cucumbers that he brought me, summer 1990, the most cucumber time, and just then my wife left, and I was at home alone in my two-room apartment on Adovsky 56. In the evening Gonchar and Lukashenko came to see me. They wanted promotion, positions, business and, to take power. I kept wondering, for what? What is the purpose? What do we do? Why such a community? Why not more broadly, without relying on more serious political forces?" They agreed that they had no support, but now, they say, the power is lying around. Help raise it, advance us, for God's sake, make an effort. The power is lying around means that the power is weak, it does not know how to defend itself, it does not know how to work for itself, and so, according to the wolves, it should not be. Power must be lifted from under your feet, cleaned and taken into your own hands, with an iron grip, so as not to give it to anyone. Here, the most important thing for us is that Gonchar came to Shoshkovich not alone, not with Bulakhov or someone else from the Young Wolves, but with Lukashenko, and Lukashenko, whom Shoshkovich invited to talk together, as a courtesy in return for cucumbers, came not alone, but with Gonchar. But Shoshkovich did not feel any danger for himself and did not see any ram in Lukashenko, but in vain. Wolves felt the smell of power and began to stray into a pack, and two leaders came to Shoshkovich that evening, one of whom was to capture all the booty, all sisters on earrings. The young wolves wanted power, sincerely, not hiding it. They just did not decide at that moment what power is. They didn't know it yet. Kabich knew what power is, and, remaining prime minister, he skillfully carried out an unspoken division of spheres of influence between the government, the Supreme Council represented by its chairman, and the opposition, leaving behind the Council of Ministers the basis of any power, the economy. The government is doing what it loves. It managed state property, distributed funds, or rather, what was left of them, and money. The power was the right of an official to issue a license, to impose a visa, to sanction any economic activity of a private trader, and the private trader was ready to pay, if only to bypass the competitor and become a monopolist. People made fortunes, and those who regulated this process earned along with them. There was a primary accumulation of capital. Shoshkovich and the opposition actually did not control anything. Shoshkovich was assigned representative functions and issues of democratization of society and the state. This, in fact, would be his competence, and Shoshkovich would be content with this, but the Supreme Council still considered itself the main body of state power, Therefore, the deputies blamed Shostakovich for everything that happened in the state. The situation was complicated by the endless intrigues of the secret services, and one can imagine how much trouble all this added to the professor of physics, who was by no means experienced then in hardware games. 57. As for the parliamentary opposition, to which, according to the majority, Shostakovich also joined, everything related to education, culture and issues of historical heritage and statehood was given to her at the mercy. In particular, the opposition exercised control over the observance of the law on languages adopted by the Supreme Council of the 11th Convocation. I must say that the government strictly demanded compliance with the law. Officials in the localities and in the ministries received appropriate directives from the authorities, who were extremely interested in ensuring that the nationally concerned intelligentsia did something and did not interfere in the economy. There really was enough work. The Russian-speaking part of society turned out to be completely unprepared for the universal Belarusization. Therefore the leaders of the Commission on Education and Culture, the poet Nil Gilovich, the historian Oleg Trusov and Zenon Pozniak's deputy translator Levan Borshevsky, were perceived locally, especially in universities, as commissars in dusty helmets who arrived to shoot those who are not able to read courses in physics or microsurgery in the state Belarusian language. This hardly corresponded to the truth, but the frightened pedagogical community was not in the mood for nuances. To understand what follows, an explanation is needed. The cultural and genetic memory of the old times was knocked out from the Belarusians back in the era of the great Stalinist purges. Today it is difficult to name which of the Belarusian intellectuals of the 1920s and 1930s were not affected by repressions. Yanka Kupala, the great romantic poet of the Belarusian people, not only humbled his talent, but even in a fit of despair he tried to commit suicide twice. The second time, alas, he succeeded. More than 2/3 of Belarusian writers were exiled, shot, rotted in prisons and camps. The native speakers of the Belarusian language and Belarusian culture passed away. The Belarusian word was taken out of use, and it was replaced by Trosyanka. This is how Belarus calls the analog of the Ukrainian Surzik, not Belarusian and not Russian, a dialect self-sowing, obeying its own will, like a weed that has grown in the garden. Trosyanka does not know any phonetic or grammatical laws, and therefore cultured people, both Russians and Belarusians, are perceived as a symbol of absolute illiteracy. Step by step, Belarus, over the past 200 years of its existence, not only deprived of statehood, but also subjected to either Polonization or Russification, was deprived of the main sign of national identity, linguistic. Now even the uninitiated understand why the revolutionary attempts of the deputies to revive the linguistic culture of their own people ran into fierce resistance, as if something not even forgotten, but completely alien, was being implanted. And although the practical work on the implementation of the national revival program was to be carried out by the executive branch, subordinate to Vyacheslav Kabich, it was the opposition that had to take political responsibility for the nationalization. So everyone was in business. The government ruled, Shostakovich represented and tried to unravel the tangles of intrigue. The opposition fought for their native language and national identity. At the same time, everyone was enthusiastically engaged in parliamentary intrigues. Only the young wolves got nothing but an open microphone in the Oval Room. They could speak as much as they wanted, they were listened to with undisguised irony and received with a ban only when the wolves frankly ran over to someone's side, as it was when they joined Shostakovich in the story of the failed referendum. referendum first, failed. The BPF parliamentary opposition came up with the initiative to hold a referendum on the dissolution of the Supreme Council. Pozniak was sure that by winning the early elections, it would be possible to form a parliamentary majority from among the members of the BPF and its supporters. On December 18, 1991, U.S. Secretary of State James Baker paid a working visit to Minsk. The main purpose of his visit was to guarantee control over nuclear weapons inherited by Belarus from the USSR as a result of the Belovezskaya Accords. At the same time, the visit of the U.S. Secretary of State became a sign of de facto recognition of the sovereignty of the Belarusian state. This spurred on the opposition. On the eve of Baker's visit, Pozniak's team launched a campaign to discredit the Kabich government. The parliamentary majority stood up for the government. The Council of Ministers published a statement outlining its position on the main issues of political and economic life in the country. It was a completely market-oriented, albeit moderate, program, but the passions did not subside, and after Baker's visit, the confrontation between the parliamentary majority supporting the government and the BPF opposition continued. This is understandable. After all, now it was about real power over a real state, and not over a quasi-state formation, which was the republics within the Soviet Union. And so, on February 23, 1992, an initiative group formed by the Belarusian Popular Front began collecting signatures from citizens in support of holding a referendum. In a short time, activists of the Popular Front collected over 440,000 signatures. Personally, Vyacheslav Kabich was not afraid of the threat of a referendum. The government continued to work, to consult with the opposition. The Prime Minister believed that he was at the peak of his popularity. Assessing his chances, he was sure that even in the event of early elections he would remain the main contender for the post of head of government. But the referendum initiative seriously frightened the parliamentary majority. Just a deputy mandate began to give real power, and now part with it. Shushkevich was not interested in early elections either. He was well aware that the compromise, thanks to which he became the nominal head of the Belarusian state, would no longer be. Whoever wins the upcoming elections, Shushkevich would hardly have become chairman of the Supreme Council, but the new speaker was no longer just a modest professor of physics at BSU. The years of being a deputy in Moscow, and even in the Belarusian Supreme Soviet, did not go unnoticed. It is not for nothing that he considers the former chairman of the Supreme Soviet of the USSR, and then a prisoner of Matryoshkaya Tishina, Lukyanov, his great teacher. I learned from him how to manipulate the Supreme Soviet. Shushkevich succeeded in the incredible. For some time he managed to rally around himself not only the pro-government faction Belarus, but also the Young Wolves. Dmitry Bulakhov took the brunt of the blow, convincingly, for the majority, outlining why the referendum should not be held. Naturally, after this, any compromise between the opposition and the wolf pack of Gonchar and Bulakhov became impossible. The pack chooses a leader, but what about Lukashenko? Did he play any significant role among the young wolves during this period? Stanislav Shushkevich thinks not. He looked into Gonchar's mouth and nodded at his every word, as if confirming that he would do everything that Gonchar says. Shushkevich recalls that very meeting in a two-room apartment on Odoevsky Street. Shushkevich was both wrong and not wrong. Yes, Lukashenko himself has not yet played a special role, but others have played against him. As already mentioned, the young wolves then were going to use Lukashenko only as a battering ram. to break the old machine of executive power and take power into their own hands. So far, in alliance with Shushkevich, the idea belonged to Viktor Goncha. Their parliamentary colleague Leonid Sinitsyn today interprets the situation as follows: there was practically anarchy in the country, the old government did not know where to move, we needed someone who would take this power. For example, I saw absolutely clearly then that the resource of legitimate violence in society was growing, and under this resource, the leader of such a warehouse, Lukashenko, clearly appeared. Anatoly Lebedko echoes him. Then Lukashenko and his chances to become the head of the team looked preferable to any other candidate. Thus, the young wolves agreed on the main thing: power is lying around and it must be taken. It is best to put forward Lukashenko. Shushkevich understood them too well, which is why he refused further cooperation. Now it's time to think about who they are. Young wolves. Everyone in the group had a well-defined function. Viktor Goncha was her face, handsome, not yet 40 years old. They were all under 40 at that time and were fit for sons of some members of the Kabich government. Goncha was extremely effective when he went to the microphone. He explained to the gray-haired chairman of collective farms why it was necessary to vote this way and not otherwise. He poured references to legislative acts. As a result, they were ready to vote, if not for everything, then for a lot. Dmitry Bulakhov did not have the brilliant logic of Goncha, but he was well prepared for the position of chairman of the Commission on Legislation by his activities in the prosecutor's office. Interrogations, like performances on the amateur stage, teach you to feel a partner. Therefore, he and Goncha worked in pairs. If the required law was not passed, and Bulakhov, who was reporting, did not have enough arguments, Goncha would come up to the microphone in the stalls, who would add what his colleague forgot or did not have time to say. Since Bulakhov, at the same time, carried out behind-the-scenes work among the chairmen of other commissions, the law, as a rule, was adopted. Apparently, Bulakhov and Goncha took a long time to select a candidate for the role of a battering ram. At one time, they considered Gennady Karpenko, chairman of the Standing Committee on Science and Scientific and Technical Progress, Doctor of Technical Sciences, laureate of the State Prize of the BSSR, former director of the Molodechno powder metallurgy plant, to be such a candidate. 58. However, at some point it seemed to them that Karpenko could not cope with this role. He was too sluggish, and then they found Lukashenko, more ambitious, much more efficient, and most importantly, firmly knowing that he would not have a second chance, and therefore, as he himself liked to say in those days, untied, that is, absolutely liberated and not bound by no personal or moral obligations. They probably did not know about the role of Leonid Sinitsyn. They knew, of course, that there was such a deputy who did not show off at the microphone, but for some reason enjoyed the respect of their candidate, and Sinitsyn, meanwhile, is sure that it was in a conversation with him, back in 1991, that the idea of Lukashenko's future presidency was born, when the path to achieving this, then still transcendent and unthinkable for our hero, goal was first outlined. Whether this was actually the case or not quite so, it is difficult to judge. Publicist writer Evgeny Budinas, for example, claims that the author of the idea of Lukashenko's presidency, who first proposed it to our hero, was still Viktor Goncha, but Leonid Sinitsyn's confession sheds light on why Sinitsyn and Lukashenko found a common language so quickly. There was another reason for the rapprochement. Sinitsyn was able, without speaking to the four, to carefully draw his line among the deputies, which Lukashenko could not help but appreciate. just as he could not fail to understand that Sinitsyn possessed undoubted organizational skills, in which neither one nor the second of the lawyers already known to the reader could compare with him, until mid-1993, Gonchar and Bulakhov moved with Sinitsyn almost in parallel. So far, there was only a common goal: to raise power from the dirt with all the ensuing consequences. Kabich, Shoshkovich and Pozniak stood around the power line in the mud. It seemed to everyone around that these three people would play the coveted bet, if only because Kabich controlled the administrative resource. Shoshkovich was already a nominal head of state, and therefore could rally around him the nomenclature that for some reason was dissatisfied with Kabich. Pozniak, on the other hand, led the only branched political party capable of collecting the required number of signatures and conducting a full-fledged campaign. 59. It was necessary to wait for the moment when they start drowning each other in order to wedge between them and win, using them as an extremely beneficial background, and then Lukashenko, already one of the 10 most popular people in Belarus, got a chance to become not only the first, but also the only candidate for the presidency, which still didn't exist, so it should have been included. But first deal with rivals, the alignment of forces before the fight. So, there are three main rivals, one of which, however, does not look like a rival. Zenat Pozniak is too easy to compromise in the opinion of the Russian-speaking part of the Belarusian society. The parliamentary opposition to the Belarusian Popular Front is all in the struggle for the full implementation of the law on languages. This became one of the main leitmotifs of the future election campaign of Alexander Lukashenko. 60. Since the language program was the only thing for which the front bore at least some responsibility in the eyes of the electorate, Pozniak was beaten on the national issue. 61. Lukashenko managed to use the idea of state bilingualism and, thanks to this, get the support of those who were afraid of the transformation of the BSSR into a national, in Pozniak's understanding, state. There remained two rivals, who at that moment seemed almost unremovable: the Speaker of the Parliament, Stanislav Shoshkovich, and the Prime Minister, Vyacheslav Kabich. Outwardly, they had an almost perfect relationship. In fact, they already knew they were rivals. Once, in a private conversation, Gennady Danilov, the Secretary of State in the Kabich government, the right hand of the Prime Minister, who was one of the key political players of the time described, told me, still in vain we then removed Shoshkovich. It was possible to work with him. He probably didn't finish his thought. It was necessary to add, and in vain they introduced the presidential post, but Kabich willingly agreed with the introduction of the presidential post in Belarus, and since the government de facto controlled the majority of the deputies, this issue could be considered a foregone conclusion. It was only necessary to remove the main rival, who was then considered Shoshkovich. We often talked with Kabich, he recalls, and no matter how we contradict each other in the political line, in the political direction of actions, I always understood that in human terms this is an intelligent person. Kabich probably thinks the same thing, especially now, about his then opponent. Then he, in my opinion, this is obvious, thought differently. This is evidenced by the deputy Valery Pavlov, then the first deputy head of the department in the government apparatus. Kabich did not like, and definitely did not like Shoshkovich. It showed up in everything. For example, Kabich and I speak Russian. A call is heard on Shoshkovich's direct line. The Prime Minister switches to the Belarusian language and defiantly tries to end this chatter as soon as possible. There was also rivalry between the two leaders. All of them turned out to be doomed to meet in the fight of bulldogs under the carpet. The main theme of these undercover fights was ripening. Of course, this topic was the topic of corruption. The fight begins. Lukashenko found a job. The topic came up a little earlier. The first Parliamentary Anti-Corruption Commission was established in 1990. The commission did not show itself in anything special, perhaps precisely because no one at that moment was interested in the wide promotion of this topic. Then it was picked up by the Belarusian People's Front. Valentin Golubev testifies, this topic constantly prevailed in Poznan, but most of the statements of Poznan and the Popular Front in the Supreme Council were treated with skepticism or distrust, and to his constant escalation of the situation, everyone, they say, steal, 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 all thieves, 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 we are used to. Another deputy worker Sergei Antonchik tried to score points on this topic 62, and the majority of members of the opposition had no desire to dig into someone's personal life, someone's underwear. Zenon Pozniak believed that by criticizing the government, showing its venality, he undermines the government, gaining points in his favor. People, of course, believed that power steals, but in the person of Pozniak, not everyone saw a defender, a person who can do better. Stanislav Shashkovich says, the fact that they take bribes was clear. I was then, one might say, an organizational romantic. It seemed to me that this could be nipped in the butt, but I thought that the parliamentary commission could do it best, and so I thought that such a commission was needed. It was Stanislav Shashkovich. After once again the topic of the fight against corruption was voiced at a meeting of the Supreme Council, who publicly expressed the idea of creating a temporary parliamentary commission to combat this evil. This was due to the fact that the People's Newspaper 63 unexpectedly published an article alleging that the wife of the Prime Minister, Elena Kabich, allegedly lobbied for the purchase of a large batch of eyeglass frames at an inflated price. The official investigation that followed the scandal demonstrated her complete innocence, but the deed was done. The topic of corruption was thrown into the political arena. No one was interested in the guilt or innocence of the Prime Minister's wife. The topic itself attracted everyone's attention. On June 4, 1993, the Supreme Council created an interim commission to study the activities of commercial structures that operate under the Republican and local authorities and administration. The resolution on this, as it should be according to the position, was signed by Stanislav Shashkovich. At the suggestion of Anatoly Lebedko, Alexander Lukashenko is elected chairman of the commission. Shashkovich supported his candidacy. Here is how he argued this decision 5 years later. It was easier for Lukashenko to settle the topic of corruption than for the front. He, by his nature, had to be personally corrupt, like the director of a state farm, not because it was he, but any director of the state farm, who knew the mechanisms on himself. There were no such people in the front. 64. Support for Lukashenko's candidacy by the Speaker of Parliament was very resolute and even harsh. Here is how Lukashenko's then colleague on the commission Sergei Antonchik recalls this. There are two versions as to why Shashkovich behaved this way. According to the first, he acted spontaneously. According to the second version, with the help of Lukashenko, he wanted to strengthen his position in the Supreme Council. After all, a group of people stood behind Lukashenko, Gonchar and others. 65. The second version seems more convincing, but let's get back to what Shashkovich says. It was stupid that there was no law or regulation for such a commission. There must be a regulation. Organizational romanticism will later cost both the Supreme Soviet and its chairman dearly, but then it seemed that the main thing had been done. the topic of corruption was finally fixed in the public mind. Moreover, it was fixed in relation to the wife of the Prime Minister. Score 1-0 in favor of Stanislav Shostakovich. So our main character finally finds a business that determined everything in his fate, from the hands of those who at that moment did not even think about the possible consequences. Chapter 5 Bulldog Fight on the Carpet. At stake is a Russian card. There was no presidential post yet, but the participants in the presidential race were already lining up at the start, like yachts before a regatta, trying to determine which winds would blow, and figuring out which of them could successfully cover the distance. Lukashenko also chose key ideas for his future campaign. The Russian problem loomed on our horizon, it seems. Always, it was inherited from the Soviet Union along with giant machine building and oil refineries. Recall that Belarus was an assembly shop in the technological chain, which was conceived back in the 50s and 60s, and the USSR was for Belarus not only a kind of geopolitical community, but also the main supplier of components, raw materials, and, at the same time, almost the only market for the products of our assembly giants. Vyacheslav Kabich was the first in the internal political struggle to settle the Russian theme, and thus, in fact, he began a campaign of struggle for the presidency. Kabich has always been distinguished by a certain sobriety in assessing the economic situation. He understood that Russia was interested in an economic union with Belarus, who refuses the final link in the technological chain. Of course, it was not about the revival of the USSR, but about a close military, political and economic union of the two states. It is this line that the Belarusian Prime Minister is pursuing. Kabich made the first step towards an alliance with Russia. Belarus' accession to the Collective Security Treaty of the CIS countries. A little earlier, this agreement was signed by its participants in May 1992, but the nominal head of state, Stanislav Shostakovich, not wanting to lose the reins of power in favor of the prime minister, stubbornly refused to sign it on behalf of Belarus. He even tried to scare the government and the Kabich supporting parliamentary majority with a referendum on the issue, knowing that according to public opinion polls, 45% of the population opposed the country's participation in the military bloc, and only 38% of Belarusians support the Collective Security Treaty. But Kabich was not afraid and managed to get a positive decision from the Supreme Council, and on April 9, 1993, by 188 out of 347 deputy votes, the proposal to join the treaty was adopted. For the government, this was a fundamentally important victory. This is the case when Stanislav Shostakovich was forced to appeal to the parliamentary opposition, despite the fact that relations with Pozniak were already hopelessly damaged. Pozniak himself saw the prize looming ahead and did not want to leave the race for Shostakovich. Valentin Golubyov recalls, at a time when the Popular Fronts and their leaders came to power both in the Baltics and in the South, Pozniak was not even elected chairman of the temporary commission, and Shostakovich, as a person supported by the Belarusian Popular Front, becomes a deputy of the Supreme Council of the BSSR, then deputy chairman of the Supreme Council. So Pozniak had enough reasons for jealousy. Jealousy is jealousy, but it is clear that, of course, Pozniak did not intend to pave the way for Shostakovich to the presidency. Therefore, the opposition did not support the speaker, and he, feeling that, continuing to persist, could lose the chair of the chairman of the Supreme Council. On May 28, 1993, he nevertheless signed the Collective Security Treaty, and he immediately noticeably lost points on this. As always happens with politicians who have not shown sufficient firmness in pursuing their line, his stubbornness increased the dissatisfaction of the parliamentary majority with him. His weakness finally deprived him of the support of the opposition. Now Alexander Lukashenko will only have to focus on him, and the nominal head of the Belarusian state will be forced to leave his chair. Regionous zone of Belarusian politics. Now the map of an economic union with Russia is being thrown onto the political field, in particular, the idea of a single currency. It turned out to be so relevant, and the ruble zone, from which Belarus was pushed out by the reforms of Yegor Gaidar's government, is so, I would say, regionous that even at the mental touch of it, all Belarusian politicians still shudder. Events begin to develop with incredible speed after the Central Bank of Russia on July 26, 1993 decided to stop the circulation of Soviet rubles and banknotes of the Russian Federation of the 1992 model. In response, the National Bank of Belarus, on the initiative of the chairman of the board of the National Bank Stanislav Bodankovich, 66 sent to the Supreme Council a proposal to recognize the payment notes of the National Bank, bunnies, as they were called by the people, as a single means of payment on the territory of Belarus, and it raises the question of the expediency and necessity of introducing its own currency. But the logic of economic expediency clashes with political interest. After all, the voter is not a banker. You cannot explain to him that the Soviet rubles set aside for a rainy day have already depreciated long ago. The people remember what a real ruble is, and do not want to believe the bunnies, and the idea of returning Belarus to the ruble zone becomes very advantageous for Kabich. Moreover, Russia does not seem to mind, and here the question of authorship arises. Both Kabich and Shushkevich are trying to pull the rope over themselves in order to appear before the voters as the authors and conductors of this idea. On August 19, Shushkevich, interrupting his vacation, goes to Moscow to meet with Russian President Boris Yeltsin, after which he declares that Belarus would like to be in the ruble zone, and 2 weeks later, Kabich went to Moscow and signed an agreement with his Russian colleague Viktor Chernomyrdin on the unification of monetary systems, but everything unexpectedly rests on the position of the main Belarusian banker Stanislav Bogdankovich, who is aware that in any case, both in case of the success of the merger, and in the event of its much more likely failure, the National Bank of Belarus will have to answer. Therefore, Bogdankovich prefers to strictly follow the constitution, which states that the National Bank is the only center for issuing money on the territory of Belarus, but it is difficult to explain such subtleties to people, but our hero immediately grabs them. Lukashenko understands the main thing. He benefits from this competition between two rivals who have started a process that obviously does not lead to a result. The less chance both Kabich and Shushkevich have to convince the obstinate banker, the easier it is to reproach them for the weakness of the government, which does not consider its people. After all, the people want to return to the Union ruble, so, you need to promise him this, and since the authorities are not able to solve the problem, you can take the responsibility to solve it with full responsibility. 67. So, it would seem, such a winning idea becomes a prelude to the loss of his opponents, who destroyed the unbreakable union. The stubbornness of Bogdankovich, who does not agree to approve any documents leading Belarus to abandon the possibility of introducing its own full-fledged currency, encourages competing parties to look for new ways to attract the attention of the electorate. Kabich's entourage initiates a discussion about the expediency of the Belovezskaya agreements on the denunciation of the Treaty on the Creation of the USSR. On September 17, 1993, speaking in Gomel, Kabich said, "As a person who could not fully predict the future political situation in Vyskuly and on whose conscience lies the burden of responsibility to his people, I do everything so as not to revive the Soviet Union. In my opinion, look, it is almost impossible, but to create it in an updated form. This is an extremely important thesis." Kabich, as it were, admits that in Vyskuly he participated in the process of denunciation of the Union Treaty of 1922, but, they say, did not figure it out, could not predict the consequences. A little more, and he would call everything that happened in 1991 a mistake. But in Moscow a direct clash between President Boris Yeltsin and the Supreme Soviet is gaining momentum, and since the Belarusian Prime Minister immediately realizes who exactly has a chance to emerge victorious from the current confrontation, he immediately corrects his position. After all, Yeltsin's signature is under the agreement in Vyskuly, and on September 28, 1993, Kabich already declares that he does not consider the agreements signed in Vyskuly to be a mistake. However, drawing attention to the history of the Belovezskaya Accords means inevitably raising the traditional question in the public mind: who exactly is to blame, in what? Yes, in everything. How bad life is for the Belarusian people, in lack of money, the fact that the savings accumulated for years in the savings bank disappeared, in shortage of products and manufactured goods. After all, it was all very recently, under the communists. Now there are no communists. Who is guilty, and what to do with the culprit now? So the question of the expediency and legitimacy of the Belovezskaya agreements turns out to be, on which the bet was made, the question of Stanislav Shostakovich's personal responsibility for everything that happens in the country. After all, it was he who destroyed the USSR by putting his signature in Vyskuly. Of course he is. Such a concept as collective responsibility is not very popular. Who is personally to blame, is a different matter. Here the activity of the general public is provided, and where the general public is, there is necessarily our hero. The speaker was applauded standing. Lukashenko with his anti-corruption commission has not yet appeared on the scene, and for the time being, the Party of Communists of Belarus, PKB, created on the ruins of the once ruling Communist Party of Belarus, acts as the general public. In December, its founding congress was held. The most severe obstruction to which the PKB was subjected from the first days and from all sides, it would seem, testifies that this child of the Belarusian political life was extremely objectionable to both the opposition and the authorities. However, it soon became clear that local authorities were just in a position to negotiate with the renegade communists. The PCB received support everywhere. Their predecessors, who managed to transfer to the chairs of executive committee chiefs, provided the newly minted party functionaries with positions in which they could quietly restore their structures. In some places, this restoration was also carried out by the district leaders themselves, who in their hearts hoped that all this democracy would not last long. But the renegade communists could not get official support from the government in a multi-party system. The Prime Minister was already sick of the posters with the inscription "Kabich is the last hope of the KPSU." which constantly appeared in crowded places. Therefore, it was decided to package the PKB into somewhat less odious attire, especially for this, in the department of the apparatus of the Council of Ministers, which oversaw the special services and law enforcement agencies. Its chief Gennady Danilov found a seemingly suitable person, Reserve Lieutenant Colonel Sergei Gaidukovich 68, a brunette, with a good face, with a good track record. Miss Silman served a lot outside the USSR, including in Iraq and Libya. Gaidukovich energetically rushed to create a package for the PKB. This is how a strange structure called the People's Movement of Belarus appeared, a frank counterbalance to the Belarusian Popular Front. In addition to the Communists, the NDB included a number of different kinds of dwarf organizations, such as the Association of Writers of Battle and Marine Painters, the just nascent Liberal Democratic Party of Belarus, the Slavic Cathedral Belarus Party, the revived LKSMB. The second, besides the PKB, is somewhat the pro-government Deputy Association. Belarus became a serious structure that became part of the NDB. This is so that no one has any doubts about the correct orientation of the movement. The largest action held by the NDB in the fall of 1993 was the Congress of the Peoples of the USSR, which brought together an incredible number of various political pensioners, headed by Nina Andreeva, a memorable perestroika party orthodox and restorer of communist ideas, who became famous after her "I Can't Give Up My Principles," aggressively anti-perestroika article in Pravda. The leaders of the Belarusian Popular Front were furious, and the building of the concert hall Minsk, where this action took place, was surrounded by two chains: the police, who guarded the party archive, and indignant picketters of the Belarusian Popular Front, with white flags and anti-union and anti-communist posters. The state of those gathered in the former Minsk House of Political Education can be understood. After the collapse of the USSR, a huge number of problems arose, primarily of an economic nature. Those who only yesterday lived relatively prosperously, now felt like beggars, and at that time, before their eyes, especially in Russia, gigantic fortunes were amassed, and the new Russians shamelessly demonstrated to everyone who was now the boss in the house. Growing, seething class hatred, strengthened resentment against those who allowed all this injustice, and they saw the main reason for all the misfortunes in the meeting between Yeltsin, Shushkevich and Kravchuk in Belovisskaya Tusha. They gathered, they say, got drunk, and destroyed the union of the indestructible republics of the free. To answer them, and who understood this best of all and became the nail of this entire meeting, of course, Alexander Lukashenko, again, as at the Komsomol plenum, used the foreign event in his favor, and now to the fullest. His fiery speech was based on the main postulate: there was, they say, a great empire, created over thousands of years. They destroyed it overnight. They did it in Belovisskaya Tusha, indeed, almost on a drunken basis, but there is a centuries-old craving of peoples for brotherhood, and therefore we all swear to revive the union on a new, almost unknown basis of a higher level. The speaker was applauded while standing. The dilapidated old people immediately felt ready to die for their ideal, which was suddenly embodied in a young and full of strength deputy, Nina Andreeva, who did not find the strength to compromise her principles, and Yegor Ligachev, a former member of the Politburo of the Central Committee of the KPSU, shed tears of happiness. 69. Before their eyes, the dream of the communists was coming true. There was someone ready to lead the crusade for the restoration of the Soviet Union. for those who know Gajdukovic, who, as you know, do not put a finger in his mouth, a natural question arises: how did he allow himself to be outwitted in such a way, having torn off all the glory of a fiery restorer? What did Gajdukovic not understand? Did you underestimate Lukashenko, like many others? Although, it is unlikely that Gajdukovic then guessed that Alexander Lukashenko would soon claim the role of head of state, or maybe, on the contrary, he guessed and made a double bet. 70. Be that as it may, but our hero again easily harnessed someone else's horse. He did not throw the topic into the public consciousness, he did not organize the sensational event, but as a result, it was he who got into his political troika another frisky tight one, the idea of reviving the USSR. The event was prepared to accompany the government of Belarus, which stood for strengthening ties with Russia. The ideas of the revival of the Union clearly contrasted with the officially proclaimed position of the Belarusian government, but Kabich was not very worried about this. Kabich was too preoccupied with the upcoming elections, and he also did not see any particular problem in the fact that Lukashenko jumped to the podium too quickly. The commission, which de facto was to become a commission for organizing political funerals for both Kabich and Shushkevich, and then for the entire Belarusian democracy, has already begun work. Chapter 6, Theme of a Lifetime. Down and out trouble started as expected. The chairman of a temporary, but still parliamentary commission, was given an office to work. It was located in the House of Government, in its parliamentary wing, closer to the Oval Hall, in which sessions of the Supreme Council of the Republic of Belarus were, and are still being held. This is a special office. Under Soviet rule, the chairman of the Presidium of the Supreme Soviet of the BSSR lived in it, and then Stanislav Shushkevich settled. After the collapse of the Communist Party and the nationalization of the former party property, the parliament moved into the building of the Central Committee, which, although prestigious, was not entirely logical. There was no suitable hall for meetings of the entire Supreme Council. Therefore, people's deputies were taken by bus to the government house, where the Oval Hall was located. The speaker's former office was empty for some time. Now Lukashenko and his commission have been moved into this luxurious office, with a restroom and a spacious reception room, with a huge conference table. They formed the commission, as Stanislav Shushkevich says, absolutely sealing. They included those who wished. In any case, I did not see any objection about any member of the commission. 71. Major General of the KGB Gennady Levitsky was included, as it were, ex officio. Thoughtful and experienced Aurachik Mikhail Marinich. 72. Probably so that a sober voice would be heard. The rest, some out of curiosity, some for ideological reasons. Someone needs to fight evil. Deputies Sergei Antonchik and Alexander Lukashenko understood best why they were going there. After the workers' strikes were over, after contact with Solidarity, after studying the biography of Lech Walesa, who so unexpectedly became president, Sergei Antonchik, and not only he, but many deputies believed that anyone who raises the topic of corruption, says Valentin Golubyov. The commission's work was originally intended to be open and transparent. Civil servants of all levels, employees of law enforcement agencies and even journalists were called to cooperate with her. Some responded in good faith, remembers the journalist of the then government newspaper Soviet Belarus Lyudmila Maslyukova. 73. I came on my own, driven by an ineradicable journalistic curiosity. I approached Deputy Lukashenko and said that I was interested in his report already at the preparation stage. He said, "Come, we have everyone who is interested, who wants to. Come, look, Work 74. But not everything was open to the public, especially for a member of the BPF parliamentary opposition, one of the former leaders of the Minsk Strike Committee, Deputy Sergei Antonchik, in whom Lukashenko suspected a competitor. As a member of the commission, says Antonchik, I began to demand a report from Lukashenko, that is, materials, but he didn't give them to anyone. He attacked me, and as a result, he began to work secretly from us. 75. Our hero had a good idea of what exactly he wants from the work of the commission. The same Sergei Antonchik recalls, Lukashenko has distributed, you are responsible for such and such an area, you are responsible for such and such, and hand over all the information to me. I was responsible for the Gomel region. All this went on for 2 or 3 weeks. It soon became clear that this was a sham, that the commission was collecting only fried facts, and that Kabich controlled it. At first I provided my materials, and then I stopped doing it. 76. It turned out that the chairman of the commission did not need the commission itself as a kind of tool for clarifying the real state of affairs. He needs the status of chairman and the opportunity to involve real, red, obedient assistants, and not a group of deputies equal to him, and possibly even competing with him. What matters is not truth, but control over it. Lukashenko was well aware that not even the fight against corruption would give him, but at least the reputation of a fighter. The case of corruption in Uzbekistan, promoted by the dashing investigators of the All-Union Prosecutor's Office Telman Gvlian and Nikolai Ivanov, brought them such popularity that Mikhail Gorbachev himself was forced to listen to their word during parliamentary sessions. So this is on the scale of the Union, and in the Belarusian swamp you can get more political capital, but he did not know how to collect and analyze information. After all, this is not checking pots in the student canteen during the Komsomol searchlight raid. Here you need to know the existing legislation well, have experience in analytical work and journalistic acumen, which would make it possible to present information in a fascinating way for listeners. Helpers were needed. It is the assistants, we repeat, not the deputies. What is rye without cornflowers? Helpers were found, responsible employees of the KGB, the Ministry of Internal Affairs, the prosecutor's office, as well as civil servants were delegated to the chairman of the Interim Parliamentary Commission. Of these, a support group was formed, which included police majors, later lieutenant colonels, Mikhail Sazonov, Yuri Malumov and Nikolai Karpevich, as well as an employee of the organizational department of the Minsk Regional Executive Committee Vasily Novikov. 77, part-time secretary of the Central Committee of the Revived Party of Communists of Belarus, which, apparently, still hoped for some kind of alliance with Lukashenko. Here are the first impressions of Lyudmila Maslyukova from communicating with policemen. I looked briefly at what materials, certificates, a scattering of documents, facts they have. It was still raw material, unprocessed, not systematized. A week later, I was invited to a working meeting of the group. 3 concepts were proposed, in which all this volumetric material was blocked. I settled on one of them, the most suitable for stylistic processing. Here you could feel the composition, the logic, the sequence of assessments. Then it turned out that this blank was made by Novikov, and given that our points of view coincided, we sat down at the computer together. Malumov checked the authenticity of the invoice, Sazonov supplied fresh to strengthen something, Novikov tracked the rigidity of logic, the development of thought, and I, as befits a journalist, frolicked over the text. 78. This does not mean at all that Lukashenko did not participate at all in the creation of the report that brought him all Belarusian popularity. According to the testimony of the same Maslyukova, the changes were made by Lukashenko himself, and most importantly, he marked the places in order to throw out, as he said, 2 or 3 weeks. Without this, they say, they don't perceive me, as the people say, what kind of rye without cornflowers, and although we said that it was not necessary, he decided unequivocally that it was necessary, and did as he decided. What kind of weeks did Alexander Grigorievich plan to throw into the public? These pieces, which fell out of the general concept, are characterized by increased emotionality. They have a style not of generalization, but of endless evasion into details and a manner, to get a person. 79. Intuition, the natural gift of a populist, tells Lukashenko that the main thing for listeners is not logic, not an analysis of figures and facts, but weeks, a transition to personalities, and no matter what they say, the true author of the report written by the party philosopher Novikov, journalist Maslyukova and 2 policemen, Sazonov and Malumov, Alexander Grigorievich Lukashenko, who voiced it on December 14, 1994, can rightfully be considered. First, in politics, laurels are always given not to those who wrote the text, but to those who announced it, and secondly, anyway, the public will remember only weeks from the report. Ilya Muromets enters the fray. The text of the report was published in the Narodna Gazeta dated December 16, 1993. He strikes first of all with his singing. For a long time it seemed to us that mafia clans and corrupt groups exist somewhere out there, in Colombia and Sicily, on the shores of Florida and Hudson Bay, on some exotic overseas islands and in banana republics. With holy naivete, we believed that this greatest evil would not spread across Belarus and would not penetrate, like a cancerous tumor, into all the pores of its political, economic and social life. This is an epic classic. The exploits of Ilya Muromets would not make sense if you did not know about the existence of the Nightingale the robber. Therefore, it is important to state that evil exists, and it creeps up to our blue-eyed Belarus. According to the law of the genre, Alexander Lukashenko had to face obstacles, as Ilya Muromets made his way through the thickets, due to the ever-increasing opposition from officials and, above all, the chairman of the Supreme Council, as well as the lack of any assistance from the KGB. We were forced to start our own investigations. So, there is the first week, and it is inserted exclusively at the address, Stanislav Shushkevich, and nominally his subordinate KGB in the person of his boss, General Edward Sherkovsky. The deputy corps must react. Quite recently 7 votes were not enough to express a vote of no confidence in Shushkevich. What if it works now? Well, what next? What and to whom is incriminated in the report? Yes, there is nothing new. It is said that everyone knew, even without Lukashenko, about private firms at state enterprises, which sold products not made by them at an inflated price, and the difference went into the pocket of a private trader, about large ruble loans, for which currency was bought at a low rate, for which a consignment of goods was sold already at a higher price. At the same time, those who lobbied for the issuance of a loan, its conversion and the purchase of goods at a reduced price received some kickback. About the fact that major officials were officially members of the supervisory boards of commercial banks created with the participation of state capital, about the gratuitous transfer of state property to commercial structures under the patronage of high-ranking officials, about the privatization of state property at low prices. In addition, in Belarus, it turns out, they take bribes, and officials allocate apartments and houses to relatives, even very distant ones, For example, sons' mothers-in-law. In addition, officials, including banking ones, use preferential loans. Strictly speaking, that's all. Nothing seemed to be new. In addition, it is not so much facts as emotions and general words, but angry, but still, to whom specifically and what exactly is incriminated? To the chairman of the Supreme Council, Stanislav Shoshkovich, an alleged attempt on his part, highlighted by me, A.F., to get for personal use, as an official state car, a Ford car confiscated from a private company, legally confiscated 80, but by decision of the Prime Minister, the car was handed over to the gymnast Vitaly Shcherbo, Prime Minister Vyacheslav Kabich. The allocation of goods from the stabilization fund to commercial structures, like 10 MAs and 150 refrigerators, as well as sanctioning the presence of officials in the supervisory boards of banks, to the chairman of the board of the National Bank Stanislav Bogdankovich, the allocation of soft loans to bank employees, chairman of the control chamber, control body of the Supreme Council, Vasily Sokovich, patronage of commercial firms, the first deputy chairman of the Grodno Regional Executive Committee, already then, the former, Machislav Gairad, nepotism. Then there are officials and deputies who built apartments, sat on the supervisory boards of banks, and also patronized commercial firms, and even at the regional level, that, perhaps, is all about personalities. It is unlikely that even among the most friendly historians to Alexander Lukashenko, historians will ever find here not only the tentacles of the octopus of the Sicilian mafia, but at least signs of what is called systemic corruption and a systematic approach to study it. 81. It is unlikely that anyone reading Alexander Lukashenko's report today will see the author as an epic hero. This is the content of the report, but not its essence. Everyone was waiting for the bomb explosion, of course, as in any other country. There was corruption in Belarus. It's just that the purpose of the report was not to expose the real corrupt officials. Therefore, at first they were not afraid of him, neither its heroes, nor the parliamentarians and those invited to the session saw anything terrible for themselves in the report, although they listened to Lukashenko with interest. Lyudmila Maslyukova testifies, the report was very long, but they listened, and they reacted correctly, as he assumed, to the weeks. The audience unmistakably guessed where the text was written out and where the improvisation was. They reacted to improvisation vividly, sharply, in different ways, some with delight, some with indignation, throughout the entire range. 82. Deputy Valentin Golulyubov says, on the day of Lukashenko's speech with the so-called anti-corruption report, already in the morning tension reigned in the entire Supreme Council. The air simply ran. Everyone was waiting for something. Everyone was waiting for the bomb. The sensation was already promised, but no bomb exploded in the Oval Hall of the Government House. All the deputies were present, continues Golulyubov. Most of them are representatives of the authorities either in the center or in the regions, plus the Council of Ministers, and after such high-profile words that I'll tell you everything now, fear hung in the hall. What will he say about me? But it turns out that Kabich is not really to blame. The tension noticeably subsided. It seems that a good report, a good one, and when it was set, Nomchik drives a foreign car, both for the Supreme Council and the Council of Ministers. Sasha Lukashenko became his own, immediately, very reasonably showing who he would fight against, where corruption would be discovered. Of course, he also used the well-known trick of investigator Gvlian, stating that I didn't tell you anything, I have the most terrible facts here, showing the folder, and about many sitting in this room. but the report ended with that no one ever found out anything criminal about anyone. Some rejoiced. They didn't say anything about me, but they said about someone whom I don't love. But everyone had the feeling that it's better not to oppose Sasha. Stanislav Shostakovich remembered the indescribable pleasure of the audience, especially when there were some quirks addressed to me, an absolute lie, completely unproven and empty, but to the great joy of the audience. Moreover, neither representatives of the Belarusian Popular Front, nor young aristocratic Democrats stood out here. 83. Shostakovich, naturally, behind all this so frank government intrigues, let's face it, Kabich, with whom I formerly had a very good relationship, saw me as a player and opponent, and so he caressed Lukashenko and began to give him all sorts of materials that would put me in a difficult position. I only know that if, by today's standards, I sold some kind of useless suit in the atelier of the Council of Ministers, then all the papers were analyzed. Did they give me any discounts? I didn't have enough time for everything, and I wanted something what to complete in your country house, and with the help of the Sovmin structure, I built a garage there. That's all that I did not do it myself. My assistant, to whom I gave the money, paid for all this. I am sure that according to those norms the calculation was complete. In any case, there were no complaints, but Kabich gladly ordered all this to be found. Kabich ordered something or did not know anything at all about it. This is a matter of personal relationships between the two highest officials of the Belarusian state. In the end, the main thing is obvious. The construction of a garage in a personal dacha by the State Repair Department, whose bills have been paid, is all the corruption discovered by Alexander Lukashenko in the activities of the chairman of the Supreme Council of the Republic of Belarus. So to speak, a box of nails received and not so decorated. However, the Prime Minister himself, after all, was also a defendant in the same report. The government was strongly criticized, and everything that was said about the government in this report had already been said before. There were no new facts, therefore, the government reacted sluggishly, as always, sat frowning, and he broadcast and broadcast. They say, in this folder I have the devil knows what 84. Even after so many years, it is clear that the defendants of this anti-corruption report, their allies and opponents simply did not understand anything about what had happened. They think that someone blamed them for something, but in fact, their names were simply used to tell the people over the heads of ministers and deputies. They are bad, they offend you all, but I am good, I can protect and save you all. Those named in the report could defend their good name as much as they wanted, but the deed was done. Alexander Lukashenko officially, from the rostrum of the Supreme Council, gave, and this is the essence of what happened, the answer to the question of why we work a lot, but live poorly. The answer coincided with the answer that Alexander I received at one time from the mouth of Karamzin, inquiring about what was happening in Russia. They are stealing. The bomb in the hole did not explode, and it did not entail any direct consequences for the heroes of the report. What do you want to do with these revelations? Gennady Danilov recalls. Lukashenko, as chairman of the commission, sent all the materials to the Council of Ministers for a response, and from memory attached to this small material a list of names of 40 officials, more than a third of them for the city of Minsk. Kabich's resolution was prepared with a request to the prosecutor of the Republic, Shelidanov, to consider and submit proposals to the Council of Ministers. Shelidanov sent a response that all the materials of the report relating to specific officials have been studied and verified, and there are no grounds for bringing them to criminal responsibility. 85. Moreover, even 5 years after the report, that is, when its author had already worked as the president of Belarus for a long time, most of the persons mentioned in it, except for Kabich, Shushkovich and Bogdankovich, of course, continued to be in the public service. For example, let's pay attention to the fate of the two leaders of the Minsk Mafia, the chairman of the Minsk City Executive Committee and the City Council. Then these posts were combined. Alexander Gerasimenko, after his resignation from this post, was sent as the ambassador of the Republic of Belarus to Bulgaria, after which he took the post of Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of Belarus. His then first deputy, Vladimir Yermoshin, first became the chairman of the Minsk City Executive Committee. 86. After which in 2000 he was appointed Prime Minister of the Republic of Belarus, in which position, over a year of work, he strengthened his status as a very decent person and conscientious official. Other high-ranking corrupt officials, say, in the rank of deputy prime ministers, against whom the righteous wrath of the speaker was directed, resigned, but quietly and peacefully, without criminal cases, continuing to do business outside the government. This is what corruption is. But on the other hand, the topic of corruption, loudly raised by our hero, turned out to be akin to a fuse. Put a match on and sooner or later it will explode. The question is the length of the Fikfa cord, that is, time. The country froze at the Brekhutka. Did Lukashenko himself see or did not see the weaknesses of his creation? Today I have no doubt that he saw everything and understood everything perfectly. Moreover, he deliberately did not include a truly serious invoice received from the authorities in the report, leaving it for later, knowing well how compromising evidence on leaders will be useful to him in the future. But if the bomb did not explode in the Oval Hall itself, this does not mean that there was no explosion at all. The information space of the Republic of Belarus has never been either sovereign or free. There were almost no radio stations in the FM band at that time. The local papers went out as they were supposed to, bringing news a day or two late. The internet was a secret for the Belarusians with 7 seals. There were 2 channels left to receive Belarusian news proper. This is, firstly, Belarusian television, but it was included in those days extremely rarely. On TV, everyone watched mostly Moscow 87. Secondly, the radio broadcasting network, which in the cities is called The Point, and in the villages, Brahak K88. This great invention of the Soviet government made it possible to convey the ideological guidelines of the party and government to the most remote village and to every state institution. The dot broadcast everywhere. The parliamentary sessions were broadcast live on this uncomplicated apparatus, including the report of Lukashenko. All this action lasted for more than 3 hours, but the main thing was deposited in the memory of the listeners of The Point. Lukashenko delivered a report in which he named those bastards who steal and because of whom we live so badly. The report was discussed by everyone and everywhere. Lukashenko guessed the very essence of folk Soviet thinking. If someone lives better than us, then this person is our enemy, and he used his guess to the fullest. Leonid Zhko speaking, 89, Deputy of the Supreme Council of Belarus. It was the love of the heart. People who supported Lukashenko were delighted not so much with the content of his report or revelations, but with its essence. How he gave them, for what, for this all, perception at the level of a hypnosis session. The main thing is that after this report, women drew attention to Lukashenko. which was very important. Krovchenko testifies, Lukashenko understands that women are a great force in Belarus. They have long been the mistresses of the house. They clearly define the main direction of the family's actions, and when they saw a man who personifies determination and activity, of course, they were filled with sympathy. However, not everyone shared the admiration for the speaker, says publicist Yevgeny Budin's 90. Lukashenko's report completely stunned me, of course, not content, in which there was nothing new. I have always said that the content of any party report is in its form, and only in it. Any decent person would gladly subscribe to many of the ideas voiced at any party plenum or congress, if it were not for the form in which they were clothed. The lie became obvious when they listened attentively, how, with what words it is expressed. So, in Lukashenko's report, it was just the form that was senile, and the content was just as senile, but it was a kitsch that had an unfailing effect on the crowd. Then I immediately understood. An idol appeared in Belarus, which we have never had in terms of the power of influence on the mass consciousness. It became obvious that this is the future president. That's just to live in such a society immediately got sick. Not only I saw the insanity of the situation, but none of the intelligentsia, even indignant at the dirt in the report, stubbornly did not want to see any danger behind this. Lukashenko did not interest them, and in the election campaign, they scattered their forces irresponsibly supporting the too soft-bodied Shushkevich or the stubborn Pazniak. Come to your senses, I unsuccessfully called out at some democratic congress. Think to whom we are handing over the people. Let's support Kabich, who has at least some chance, and we will get a couple of years of respite in order to figure it out, to decide on a leader capable of lead the people towards democracy. But even the smartest of my colleagues then didn't want to hear anything. I confess that I also saw the obvious weakness of the report, but, not at all understanding the danger, including for ourselves, we then believed that our hero acts deftly, which confirms his ability to lead people who are just waiting for such frank populism. This led me, and not only me, to Lukashenko's team. I really wanted to win, but it was after this report that many began to consider Lukashenko as the main contender for the presidency. Recall that the presidential post has not yet been introduced, and Stanislav Shushkevich and Vyacheslav Kabich still had the parliament and government. However, this is not for long, because at that moment, the power, which, according to Lukashenko, lay in the mud, somehow by itself moved away from those who dropped it, and silently crawled up to the feet of our hero. No, not because it was cleaner or better than others, it was just that he was the only one who was truly interested in the result. He offered at least some solution, even the most primitive one, to defeat corruption and live happily, but others did not offer this either, says Edgeworth died in 91, and the people saw in a tall, physically strong 39-year-old man who worked as the director of a state farm, an epic hero, someone who is able not only to take power, but also to make it popular. As a matter of fact, this is the only clearly articulated Belarusian dream, the dream of a good, or rather, fair, boss who will punish the offenders. Waiting for a fair king in Belarus, people got used to linking their relative well-being with the merits of certain individuals. A huge monument to Stalin hung over the Belarusian capital. Near this monument, having learned about the death of the great leader and teacher, the residents of Minsk wept, in front of everyone, on their knees. The leaders of the Writers' Union sobbed. Those who did not have time to shoot, led by the people's poet Kondrat Krapiva. Soon, power in Belarus passed into the hands of the partisan leaders. They were heroes of the partisan movement, former leaders of the Belarusian Komsomol, Since guerrilla warfare was canonized during their lifetime, each of the leaders of this generation tried to become a living legend. First of all, this can be said about Kirill Mazarov and Pater Masharov, who took turns heading the Central Committee of the Communist Party of Belarus. In addition to the fact that fame during the war came to them quite deservedly, they turned out to be patriotic leaders. Mazarov, and then Masharov, used the status of a partisan republic in order to attract maximum funds from the all-union budget. At the expense of these funds, gigantic factories were built, designed to meet the needs of the entire Soviet Union in machines and tractors. Masharov was especially good at this. His predecessor Mazarov at that time was already working in the Council of Ministers of the USSR as the first deputy chairman of the government and a member of the Politburo of the KPSU Central Committee. So the partisan lobby managed to solve issues without regard to the discontent of the leaders of other republics. The name of Masharov is associated with the legend about a well-fed republic worker who fed both Moscow and Leningrad and its own inhabitants with sausage. Moreover, rumors about Belarusian satiety spread so far that retired servicemen, who had the right to choose in which city the pensioner term would be spent for centuries, sought to choose Minsk or another Belarusian city. And until now, in terms of the number of retired military personnel per capita, Belarus is ahead of the rest of the CIS. There was relative prosperity. True, it was possible to go to Vilnius, the former Belarusian Vilna, generously donated by Stalin to the Lithuanian people, after Lithuania wanted to become Soviet, and there, in Vilnius, to see that even without much love for the party and the government, the cities can be clean, the people are neatly dressed, and the food is of high quality. But Lithuanian nationalists lived in Vilnius, and in multinational Belarus it was believed that nationalists were those who collaborated with the German occupiers. In general, bad people. There was no nationalism in Belarus. Masharov was a master who took care of his republic, but he was not a nationalist. It was under Masharov that the massive closure of Belarusian language schools in the cities took place. Progress along the path to communism in Belarus was accompanied by the final destruction of the main sign of national identity. Masharov looked good against the background of decrepit Leonid Brezhnev, a magnificent orator, a war hero. The stars that dotted the general secretary's chest were not taken seriously. Modest in everyday life, Pyotr Mironovich, as a leader, flattered the vanity of the citizens of the BSSR. They loved him and respected themselves for having such a good leader. With trepidation they expected, God forbid, they would be taken to Moscow for a promotion. And when Masharov died in a car accident, the legend immediately spread that Brezhnev removed him, jealous of him as a potential rival. Hence, they say, the disaster. The Belarusian mass consciousness was flattered by a fairy tale about a kind leader who died at the behest of a villain from Moscow. There were legends about Masharov. The people were waiting for the heir, and Masharov, and all their other former heroes leaders. On December 14, 1993, people heard the hoarse voice of the one they had been waiting for so long. One of the deputies of the Supreme Council rose to the rostrum of the session of the Supreme Council of the 12th Convocation, and the future President of the Republic of Belarus descended from it. 92, Chapter 7. Before the decisive start they are drawn to the flock. A few words about the team and how it was going. The first, as already mentioned, were the young wolves, Goncha, Sinitsyn, Bulakhov, or rather, so far without Sinitsyn. I remember his appearance very well. I ended up in this story by providing Lukashenko with premises for the future headquarters, as was already mentioned at the very beginning. Since that moment, almost all serious negotiations, including attracting new people, Lukashenko conducted either in the government house, in the working office of the chairman of the commission, so that the guests could see that he was still in power, or in my office, from the windows of which you can see the building of the former Central Committee of the CPB, and the most important 93, in the restroom of the first Secretary of the Central Committee of the SMB, left over from Soviet times, when this position was nomenclatura. Here I happened to meet Sinitsyn. They came together. The conversation was difficult. Lukashenko tried to persuade Leonid, I didn't even know who he was, to head the headquarters. As a host, I brewed and served tea, seeing for the first time how a person, in this case, Sinitsyn, drinks tea from a saucer. Suddenly Sinitsyn turned around and asked me directly, Alexander Yosifovich, how much does Danilov pay you to keep an eye on us here? The cup of boiling water almost fell out of my hands. I was suspected of snitching and insulted in my own office. There was an awkward silence. Lukashenko watched us silently and not without curiosity. Apparently, he has long been accustomed to the Soviet manner of dealing with younger in rank. My explanations that I saw Danilov, the same one who was Kabich's right hand and oversaw the law enforcement agencies from the Council of Ministers, only twice in my life, and with witnesses, did not interest anyone, as well as my indignation. Sinitsyn sipped tea from a saucer. Lukashenko also drank tea, continuing the conversation as if nothing had happened. Apparently, my reaction to such an obvious provocation satisfied both of them. In response, I didn't explode, I didn't get nasty, I didn't kick out the guests, and I didn't fly out like a bullet. 94 means you can work with it. Immediately, I met another character who played one of the key roles in the subsequent story. From the waiting room came the indignant exclamations of my secretary. The girl tried to block the way to the office of some tall man with a good-natured face. She mistook him for the Sinitsyn driver, although this man really drove a car, and very confidently. He was not a driver, but a deputy of the Supreme Council. Moreover, the director of the enterprise of the Chernobyl Legacy International Fund, which much later will appear in various publications as almost the main sponsor of the election campaign of Alexander Lukashenko. 1994, it was Ivan Titenkov, and his silver Mercedes was parked at the entrance downstairs. 95. Other people came in different ways. I also brought someone, such as my rival in the 1990 elections of People's Deputies of the BSSR, Colonel Sergei Posakhov. Both of us didn't make it to the parliament then, but now I remember the talk a political worker and tried to find him. In response, a whole landing party landed from Grodno. Posakhov himself, with him the former first secretary of the Grodno Regional Committee of the CPB Vladimir Semenov, Lieutenant Colonel Vladimir Nistyuk 96 and deputy of the Grodno City Council Andrei Lusev, with whom we knew each other as members of the Regional Committee of the Komsomol. This delegation, representing the Grodno Regional Organization of the People's Movement of Belarus, that is, the same Gaidukovich, Lukashenko received in his working office in the building of the government house, so he got support in the Grodno region, a very difficult region for him, where Pozniak and Shushkovich were clearly preferred. The question arose of who would be involved in international politics. Journalist Igor Gakovsky reminded me of my fellow countryman, GMO graduate Valery Tsapkalo, who worked as an advisor to the chairman of the Supreme Council. 97. We met with him in the buffet of the Oktyabrskaya Hotel. I didn't know how to start a conversation, but then Lukashenko, who lived in the same hotel, walked past us. What he was, in sweatpants with bubbles on the knees, home-worn slippers. He went to the buffet and, returning with a bottle of mineral water, noticed us. "Oh cool," he said, this greeting in completely Belarusian. "Hello," a few meaningless phrases, and it was clear that the intellectual Tsapkalo was on the team. The team quickly replenished with deputies. I remember how the taciturn Viktor Shimon, secretary of the Parliamentary Commission on Security Issues, entered the office for the first time 98, and as he left, the same silent, but already smiling broadly. In my opinion, I have never seen such a bright smile on Shimon's face. I remember how MPs Anatoly Lebedko and Alexander Shitko, who were then friends, first came, how Viktor Kaczynski appeared 99. It is clear how deputies were needed on the eve of the upcoming parliamentary clashes. After all, it was necessary to achieve the adoption of the constitution with the introduction of the post of president, which was not possible while the Supreme Council was headed by Stanislav Shoshkovich, which means that it was necessary to remove Shoshkovich. Clinton helps Shoshkovich with his anti-corruption report. Alexander Lukashenko undoubtedly achieved his goal. Now everyone knew him, and they knew him as an irreconcilable guardian for justice in the fight against all those in power, including the former head of state Stanislav Shoshkovich. Throughout 1993, the deputies tried to declare no confidence in Shoshkovich. It did not work. Once again, signatures for the resignation of the speaker began to be collected almost immediately after Lukashenko's report, but this time there were not enough votes. Deputies in general are free people. Many went to the session, as in a buffet, to drink coffee. The idea should have matured, but it did not mature. Suddenly, an external factor intervened. The factor had a name and position: William Jefferson Clinton, President of the United States of America. Biographers of Stanislav Shoshkovich, Lyudmila and Alexander Klaskovsky, in their book about the destroyer of the USSR, cite his words. January 1994 100. Today Shoshkovich recalls, "I thought that this was very necessary for our country, because at that time few people knew Belarus. I really wanted Clinton's visit to take place, and I set my task: this visit will pass, and further, at least the grass does not grow." Indeed, the scandal over the resignation of the head of state could easily have resulted in the cancellation of the hard-won agreement on Clinton's visit to Minsk. This was well understood not only by Shoshkovich, but also by Kabich and Pyotr Krovchenko 101, then Minister of Foreign Affairs of Belarus. To allow such a scandal in the third year of the existence of sovereign Belarus meant very seriously spoiling relations with the states. Therefore, to sit in the speaker's chair until Clinton's visit, scheduled for January 15, 1994, Shoshkovich was doomed. The US president held 3 meetings, with Stanislav Shoshkovich as the highest official of the state, with Vyacheslav Kabich as the head of government and leader of the parliamentary majority, and finally, in Kuropati, with Zenon Pozniak as the leader of the parliamentary opposition. Clinton did not meet with Lukashenko. It seems that the point here is not in the intricacies of diplomacy, but in the fact that he was simply not informed about the existence of such a scandalous contender for power. While laying flowers at the Victory Monument in Victory Square, Clinton suddenly became distracted and approached the crowd that surrounded the monument in a tight circle. After shaking a few hands, it was possible to stop, but the US president saw young faces in front of him, eyes glowing with joy. He wanted to bring a little more joy to these people, and he went from hand to hand, along the ring, trying to greet everyone. Confused militia called out in megaphones, "Citizens, do not crowd, the president will greet everyone." Shoshkovich walked at a distance and, as the Klaskovskys write in their book, few people saw that joy and sadness shone in his eyes at the same time. 102. The live broadcast was on Belarusian television, and the lone baggy figure of the Belarusian speaker in an old-fashioned coat, which, at the moment, it would seem, of his diplomatic triumph, no one noticed, was shown by the TV camera several times. The first bison fell, and the next day, January 16, Shoshkovich will be at the center of another scandal. The fact is that in Belarus, after their flight from Vilnius, the leaders of the Communist Party of Lithuania were hiding from Lithuanian justice, accused of involvement in the Vilnius events of January 1991. Then, we recall, when military units tried to storm the television tower, patriots who defended the sovereignty of Lithuania died. The Lithuanian leadership has long demanded that their Belarusian counterparts extradite comrades Burokovich's and Yermolavich's. Belarusians refused, but it was on the day of Clinton's visit, January 15, 1994, that people in civilian clothes from among the employees of the Belarusian Special Services tied up the Lithuanian underground communists in a Minsk safe house and handed them over to the Lithuanian Special Services. Figure it out yourself. The next day, a closed session of the Supreme Council was announced. The noise was raised by the communists, former and current, to whom the Lithuanian party comrades were more important than normal civilized relations with the neighboring state. Shoshkovich was accused of betrayal, of abuse of power. It was decided to put to a vote the question of the resignations of all those who could be involved in the incident. And then there is the constant speeches of Alexander Lukashenko demanding to punish the corrupt officials mentioned in his report. The Supreme Council turned out to be paralyzed. In order to continue its work, it was necessary to resolve the issue of trust in the political leadership of the country. The names of Stanislav Shoshkovich, Vyacheslav Kabich, KGB Chairman Edward Sherkovsky, Interior Minister Vladimir Yegrov and Prosecutor General of Belarus Vasily Shelidanov were put on the ballot papers, all in one shot, for the Lithuanian communists, and for corruption, and for the fact that someone interfered with someone, although it is obvious that in that situation everyone interfered with everyone. As a result of the vote, confidence was expressed only in Prime Minister Vyacheslav Kabich and Prosecutor General Vasily Shelidanov. It so happened that it was precisely those Siloviki who had a conflict with Danilov, and therefore with the leadership of the government, who were dismissed. The interests of the parliamentary majority and the Young Wolves coincided, and 209 deputies voted against Stanislav Shoshkovich. That was enough. Deputy Valentin Golubyov recalls, every day Bulakhov, Gonchar and Lukashenko come out to free microphones. Every day begins with the fact that Shoshkovich must be removed. Shoshkovich must be removed. It's 10-15 minutes lament to 103 than a day of work. But even during the day, one of them will definitely say something on this topic. The next day, the same three people are again standing near the microphones, holding a press conference on the resignation of Shoshkovich. Viktor Gonchar will, as always, be mercilessly frank. The formal grounds for the resignation of Shoshkovich do not coincide with the real reasons. 104, and with the pathos of the winner he declares, the first Below as a bison fell, referring to Shoshkovich's participation in the signing of the Below as agreements. Formally, the Young Wolves did not win anything that day, although they received an additional trump card in the eyes of the electorate. After all, if Shushkevich was removed, then Lukashenko was right. If they removed it after the report, then as a result of the report, and no one among the people associated Shushkevich's resignation with anything other than the scandalous box of nails. It seems to me that this is why the resignation of Shushkevich predetermined the fall of Kabich. The people demanded more and more victims. It's like a television series. In the first series, evil is exposed. In the second, the first villain must be punished. In the third, the second, and so on, until the evil itself is destroyed. In assessing their role in the overthrow of the chairman of the Supreme Council, the Young Wolves still overestimated their role. Filmed Shushkevich, as they say, the whole world, although, as Valentin Golubev testifies, some deputies simply didn't throw in their ballots on purpose, in order to later show Shushkevich that, they say, I didn't vote against you. Almost everyone was against the speaker, and the opposition of the Belarusian Popular Front, characterizing the resignation as one of the stages of the creeping communist coup, an expression of Zion and Pazniak, at the same time gave a rather harsh assessment of Shushkevich's chairmanship. The main ones were reproaches of indecision, inconsistency, conciliation with the pro-communist majority. Stanislav Shushkevich himself assesses the participation of the BPF faction in his own resignation today. I am absolutely convinced that the majority of representatives of the Popular Front were among those who voted against me, and the game here is very simple. Pozniak was sure that paralysis would come, that they would not elect a chairman. Here he had absolutely no idea what could happen. Most likely, Stanislav Shushkevich is mistaken. Pozniak could not but understand that in the conditions of the forced presidential campaign, the new chairman of the Supreme Council would not have time to become a full-fledged competitor in the struggle for the presidency, and no one had any doubts that the provision on the introduction of the post of president would immediately be included in the constitution. Michiel Zohrib is on a mission. The successor of Stanislav Shushkevich as chairman of the Belarusian parliament was Lieutenant General of Militia Mieczyslav Hryb, 105, former head of the Vitebsk Regional Department of Internal Affairs, who headed the Commission on Security Issues in the Supreme Council. We can say that Mieczyslav Hryb was lucky. After all, earlier he belonged to the regional nomenclatura, from where, despite his general status, it was not easy to break into the leaders of the national level. Luck was explained quite simply. The government, which held all the threads of parliamentary administration with the hands of Gennady Danilov, did not want to release either high-level party functionaries or chairmen of regional executive committees to the role of the first person of the state. Such a speaker, who had his own electorate, could easily grow into a strong candidate in the presidential elections. Another thing is a little-known police general. The fungus quickly realized what role he was assigned. He was worldly smart, ambitious, like any general, leading work in the organs, developed his organizational skills well, so he focused on what was available. Now, after the Bison, Shushkevich was lowered to the level of a scapegoat. All the sins of the parliament could be attributed to him, including the protracted fuss with the new version of the Belarusian constitution. The general organized the work on the adoption of the constitution in a military way. Clearly, there was a vote on articles, then on chapters and sections. Since the parliamentary majority was also aware of its task, there were no particular obstacles. Moreover, Kabich was preparing for the elections. Back in early January 1994, the Prime Minister held an informal meeting with the heads of the executive committees, at which they assured him of their loyalty and gave guarantees of a positive outcome of the popular presidential elections. At the meeting, only two voices of doubters were heard, the mayor of Gomel Svetlana Goldade and the mayor of Novopolotsk Alexander Yakovsky. The rest were so eager to flatter dear Vyacheslav Rantsevich that it never occurred to them to tell the truth about the real state of affairs in the regions and about the mood of the voters. No one doubts today that if he had true information, Kabich would never get involved in this whole story with the presidency, but the Prime Minister did not have any objective information or forecasts based on it, and it began. The pro-government majority in parliament began to actively lobby for the introduction of the presidency. The wolves are on the attack again. Here there was a hitch. The Deputy Association Belarus developed a draft chapter on the president of the country, according to which only citizens of the Republic of Belarus at least 40 years old had the right to be nominated as a presidential candidate. This became an obstacle not only for Bulak Hovorgancha, but also for Alexander Lukashenko himself, who turned 40 only at the end of August. Elections were supposed to be held no later than July. Young wolves again went on the attack. There was something to fight for, and with whom? Deputy Leonidko recalls, at that time, it was already quite obvious that the flywheel for the election of Lukashenko was untwisted and gained tremendous energy, which caused protests from all Kabich's supporters. I remember well one moment when there was a vote according to the age norm. Much depended on how the deputies from the Veterans Organization, who had 29 seats in the Supreme Council, would vote. And so, when the voting was going on, I remember well, Lukashenko ran behind the columns in the upper part of the hall and shouted, "Try not to vote like that, I'll smear you on the wall then." This was for veterans, and here they are, even those who did not flinch in the face of serious trials in their youth. Here, it seems to me, they let us down a little, and surrendered under such pressure. But it's not just about pressure. Eyewitnesses say that the issue of lowering the bar to 35 years was decided simply, as they say, on a fool. Viktor Goncha got up and said, "Are you afraid of Lukashenko?" 106. Then Parliament voted. Well, no, General Valery Pavlov corrects me, not only Goncha. Then the young politician Lebedko also came out 107 and started shouting that this is a clump of youth. And Viktor, yes, he really said that everyone was outraged, although the majority understood that this restriction, first of all, would limit Lukashenko's opportunities. I really regret that the parliament then succumbed to the provocation of Gonchar and Lebedko. While working on the text of the constitution, the Commission on Youth Affairs prepared a number of amendments, says Anatoly Lebedko. It is logical that they reflected the interests of young citizens, not pensioners, and it is not surprising that we supported the idea of lowering the bar to the level of 35 years. Then, in my opinion, no one seriously thought about Lukashenko. Otherwise, Kabich's supporters could block even a comma in a sentence. Indeed, if youth knew, if old age could. By the way, about old age, the decisive role in the fact that the age obstacle was nevertheless eliminated was precisely Michi's Ohrib. They say that before discussing this issue, Viktor Gonchar and Dmitry Bulakhov came into the office of the chairman of the Supreme Council. What they talked about with the speaker, no one knows. What they promised, what arguments they cited, no one knows. But Myacheslav Ivanovich openly supported the option that suited the young wolves. It may very well be that this support outweighed the call of common sense and self-preservation. the parliamentary majority considered that if the Speaker of the Supreme Council, a creature of the government, is so confident in the future victory of the candidate from the government, then why should everyone else be afraid? In February, the Supreme Council adopts all the controversial provisions of the Constitution, including the section on the presidency. To collect a quorum, they acted simple. The deputies who said they were sick were found at home or in the hospital. They were given a personalized ballot against signature and asked to vote. Such a game called "Try to Refuse." Indeed, how can one refuse when the Prime Minister himself is interested in the speedy adoption of the basic law, that is, in the introduction of the presidential post? On March 15, 1994, the Constitution was adopted in full, and 2 weeks later, the Supreme Council decided to hold elections for the first President of the Republic of Belarus on June 23, 1994. Chapter 8. At the start before the battle on April 24, the Central Election Commission registered 19 initiative groups. 7 were considered favorites. Here are their names in alphabetical order: Alexander Dubko, Gennady Karpenko, Vyacheslav Kabich, Alexander Lukashenko, Vasily Novikov, Zenon Pozniak, Stanislav Shushkevich. It was obvious that only the 3 main opponents of Lukashenko had their own horse and, accordingly, a guaranteed electorate. The first was Kabich, who was supposed to act as the only candidate for power, a benefactor father who devoted his life to the happiness of the people. That's how he was molded. When on the anniversary of Pyotr Mashrov, the government newspaper published an interview with the Prime Minister, who was lying in a hospital bed at that moment, under the title "Dear Pyotr Mironovich," the reception was bare to the maximum. Kabich is Mashrov today, a wording that was picked up even by the Russian press. So, in Moskovsky Novosti an article by Ulrisa Sinkoer of Mashrov was published. Kabich's headquarters appealed to the population's nostalgia for Soviet prosperity. It probably seemed to Vyacheslav Rantsevich's consultants that this nostalgia was a sufficient mobilization resource for victory. Perhaps next was Shushkevich, the symbol of the new democracy, ousted from power by dark post-communist forces. His campaign was based on the promotion of general democratic values, appealed to the human mind. Shushkevich's headquarters was probably convinced that the people did not want to return to the old, that they needed to draw a clear perspective. The current chairman of the National Bank, Stanislav Bogdankovich, appeared on the screen as the future prime minister. This was a signal to representatives of the state apparatus, business and university intelligentsia: there will be a market. We have already talked about Pozniak, and, as always, he was intelligible. Zenon Stanislavovich propagated radical nationalist approaches for so long that he formed his own electoral base, which, apparently, he could not expand at the expense of more moderate voters. This is how the alleged division of the electoral pie was analyzed at Lukashenko's headquarters. All candidates, according to opinion polls, received their part of the vote in their sector of the electorate, but at the same time none of them was able to increase it. This was especially true for Democratic candidates. One liked the boneless Shushkevich, the other liked the athletic handsome Karpenko, the third liked the unbending and uncompromising Pozniak. We willingly helped our idle candidates pull the blanket over ourselves, completely unaware of the dangers of such irresponsible games. 108. And at that time, with our staff analyst sagaciously on the instructions of Sinitsyn, we were thinking about how to pinch off our piece from someone else's and, it seemed, guaranteed portion. But the task was not an easy one. Our electorate could differ in only one thing: the extreme degree of lumpenization. Lumpen does not have his own ideology, and therefore the opportunity to bring him to our side was quite real. Suddenly, we have a powerful ally, the headquarters of Vyacheslav Kabich. I don't know which of the Prime Minister's advisors decided the matter in such a way that two functional candidates appeared next to the trio of ideological candidates. Vasily Novikov had to portray a communist to the marrow of his bones, that is, to become a communist threat for some voters, so that against his background Kabich seemed like a true democrat reformer, and for other voters, Novikov was called upon to play the role of a true supporter of the revival of the USSR, pulling votes away from Lukashenko, who stood up for the restoration of the superpower destroyed in the Belovezhskaya Pusha. The second candidate in this row is Alexander Dubko, hero of socialist labor, chairman of a prosperous collective farm. Dubko was nominated at the last moment by the Agrarian Party of Semyon Sharitsky, and everyone understood that this was also a counterbalance to Lukashenko. Dubko, as a candidate, seemed to the chairman of the collective farms as much higher than Lukashenko, as far as his Progress collective farm was richer and more prosperous than the Gorodets state farm. Initially, our unwitting allies from the Kabychev headquarters probably assumed that both Novikov and Dubko would dutifully and conscientiously work to reduce the number of Alexander Lukashenko's voters. It didn't work out that way. If they pulled votes from someone, then from the electorate of Kabych, an electorate capable of reasoning and drawing conclusions. Our electorate was too emotional to ponder over the schemes of Kabychev's political technologists. These were the first general elections in the conditions of the imagined Belarusian democracy, and until 1994 there was no in-depth study of the electorate. Even the authorities, represented by the government and parliament, were sure that sociological polls were just a way of manipulating public consciousness. It seemed to them that nothing had changed since 1990, that the level of popular support for state institutions had remained the same, but this was far from the case. The sharp drop in the standard of living of all strata of society without exception led, ultimately, to an increase in the number of those whom sociologists call lumpen. People have not only lost faith in the future, they have lost the means for a normal, familiar life. At the same time, luxury cars have already appeared, the purchase and sale of apartments has begun, the prices for which have jumped at once. In 1991, a one-room apartment in Minsk cost $1,000. In 1993, already $7,000. They began to create commercial banks, whose employees received money that was unthinkable for the workers of Minsk factories. The stratification of society began, and none of the authorities even undertook to explain to people why this happened. The voter became hungry and embittered, and the candidates from the authorities, no one distinguished the nuances of their relationship. Kabych and Shoshkovich in the mass consciousness were responsible for everything that happened to the country, and Pozniak seemed to many to be an evil demon who pushed the country to economic collapse. No one tried to rationally comprehend what is actually happening, what are the reasons for the collapse, and say it out loud. The mind was silent, the feeling of hatred for the authorities spoke, the feeling of protest. The voter was waiting for a defender capable of punishing and putting things in order. Your own image maker, and then Lukashenko appears to the people, with his understandable rhetoric, with a confident knowledge of who is to blame, with promises to restore justice. By the way, Lukashenko himself understood this role very well and felt it very accurately. and any of our attempts to somehow complicate his pre-election image met them with hostility. I remember how he was invited to speak at the Academy of Sciences, sagaciously, and I prepared a report for our candidate on the topic civil consent as a necessary condition for economic and political reforms in free nights. Lukashenko read it, smiled, thanked, but he didn't use our sheets at the seminar, but kept talking about the same thing: who is to blame, who needs to be punished, how the union should be restored, and the academicians, headed by the former president of the Academy Nikolai Borisovich, applauded. They had enough. They recognized their favorite, their Mikula Selianinovich, and rejoiced at this. Like children, they were brought up like this. A man of the people is right by definition. The effect of Lukashenko's public speeches was amazing. I remember I accompanied him to Gomel. During this trip, he performed in an indoor stadium, in front of 2,500 people. He stood in the center of the arena, telling his favorite epic, how he fought the corruption hydra. It lasted about 2 hours, then for another 2 hours the speaker answered questions. Then he took off his jacket. The shirt on his back was completely wet. He sat down. The pale tired face did not express anything, and the people poured from the stands. It seemed that people did not leave the rows into the aisles, but simply stepped over the chairs and flowed down into the arena in lava, and this lava inexorably moved towards its hero. She had hands that reached out to the speaker. They held out some scraps of paper, notebooks, books. Just sign. Someone held out a passport. Someone, in the then semi-to Belarus, $100 bill. They were drawn not as to a pop idol, but as to a saint. I saw the eyes of the Minsk residents who were drawn to Clinton 3 months earlier. There is an interest in the exotic. Here there is real faith in a miracle. Each of his speeches demonstrated how much he got used to his image, to his role, and he himself, it seems, was already beginning to sincerely believe in his own messianism. No matter what they say later about what kind of image makers our hero attracted to help him, but I know for sure, Alexander Lukashenko created his image himself. I well remember how he shredded the text of one of the speeches prepared by us, mercilessly crossing out something and inserting his own. When he gave it to me for a clean reprint, there was no living space in it. Sinitsyn, catching my puzzled look, only grunted, "Writers, you should be sent to the collective farm, learn the language, write easier." The cheapest picks. The 1994 presidential campaign was the first election campaign in sovereign Belarus. No one had any experience of holding elections under the new conditions. There were practically no funds. Moreover, even the idea that these funds are needed, for what and how to spend them, it's amazing. But everyone worked for the idea. It was the cheapest of all the election campaigns ever held in Belarus, recalls Sergei Kalyakin, leader of the Party of Communists of Belarus. 9 years later, 109, his point of view coincides with the point of view of a member of the Belarusian Popular Front, Valentina Tryhabovich. 110. Practically all frontline soldiers worked as volunteers, for free. Indeed, even perhaps the most costly work, the collection of signatures, was carried out at that time absolutely disinterestedly. That is why the key players were those who relied on organized structures. Kabich had local authorities and large state-owned enterprises at his disposal. Pozniak, Novikov and Karpenko relied on their games, Shushkevich, on strangers, BSDG Oleg Trusov and Alexander Dobrovolsky. Only Alexander Lukashenko did not have his own structures. That is why no one, including, perhaps, Lukashenko himself, fully believed that he would be able to collect the number of signatures necessary for the nomination. but he had a headquarters, at whose meetings he constantly repeated, "Your business is to collect signatures, the rest is my work." And we worked. The campaign gained momentum, and our team grew like a snowball. As a rule, meetings at the headquarters were conducted by Leonid Sinitsyn. They were held twice a week, on Friday, when they planned the candidate's work schedule for the next week, and on Tuesday, on operational issues, if they suddenly arose. Sinitsyn coped with this, as they say, easily and naturally. He recalls, "There were no difficulties, it was only necessary to restrain ambitions and reduce different points of view. My negotiation skills are good enough to keep everyone on the same page, pointing them in the right direction." Sinitsyn does not exaggerate his ability to negotiate. The headquarters was convinced of this when he left for the USA for 2 weeks, leaving Titenkov in his place. If he had stayed in Houston for a week longer, the entire election campaign would have crumbled. Despite the personal authority of our candidate, Ivan Titenkov was absolutely unacceptable as a full-fledged head of the headquarters. After the intelligent and grasping everything on the fly Sinitsyn, he seemed just a rude person who did not want, or rather, did not know how, to listen to anyone, interrupting people in mid-sentence, stubbornly insisting on his own. It was easier to shoot yourself than to imagine. For example, a graduate of Mgimot Sapkalo, forced to talk about something with and about Chief of Staff Ivan Titenkov. Everyone is looking for someone to bet on. More and more people aspired to us, feeling strength in our candidate, seeing people's support, realizing that only he has a real chance to achieve power. They went to Lukashenko, even knowing that it could be dangerous for them personally, remembers Valery Kass, Major General of State Security 111. I began to think about who to bet on in March, early April 1994. At that stage, I had not yet decided, but when I looked at the initiative group that came out in support of Lukashenko, which included Goncha, Bulakhov, Privalov and several other people whom I knew, I, having weighed everything, decided to meet with someone from them. First of all, I thought about Privalov, with whom we served in Grodno, and about Bulakhov. I repeatedly talked with him on various work issues. It was evident that a team of young, smart people, thinking about the fate of the state, was gathering around Lukashenko. Politicians, economists, lawyers, with whom one could do business, who would allow the Republic to step forward. And in early April 1994, I first met with Privalov, talked about the possibility of maintaining relations with them on a conspiratorial basis, and then, Bulakhov reacted with approval to my step and said that they needed such support. And Shimon was responsible for contacts with law enforcement agencies. You know him, and if you don't mind, you will meet with him. And since the end of April 1994, I began to systematically meet with Shimon. Most often, I talked with him about possible steps that the State Security Committee can take in order to somehow ensure freedom and the opportunity to work normally. It is indicative that it is not an ordinary Chekist who is conspiring, but the chief of the military counterintelligence of the Republic of Belarus. And one more thing, Kass does not go to Lukashenko, he goes to the team. And the iconic figure for him is Colonel Leonid Privalov, deputy of the Supreme Council, activist of the pro-government association Belarus, his old acquaintance from joint service in Grodno. New people came to us daily. Lukashenko tried not to push anyone away, even when obviously mentally ill people appeared. He told us, "Don't push anyone away, this is another voice, this is another voter. If you send him away, who will he go to?" And we didn't chase anyone. On the contrary, they called to themselves, and insistently. After all, Lukashenko began to collect his team even when there was no trace of the presidency. The then Minister of Foreign Affairs Petr Kravchenko recalls, in December 1992, I had the opportunity to speak at one of the meetings of the Supreme Council of the Republic of Belarus. After him, Lukashenko, already dressed in a baggy coat, was waiting for me, who offered to take a walk and accompany me to the foreign ministry. I agreed, let the car go, and we, without hurrying, went to the ministry. Lukashenko was already coming into power, and I was interested to know what he wants from me. Our walk did not last an hour or two, but resulted in an almost 5-hour walk from the government house to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and back. At first, Lukashenko made cautious soundings. He tried to find out my attitude towards certain leaders of the Republic, deputies of the Supreme Council. Then Lukashenko became more active, his reasoning became aggressive, thunder and lightning began to rush towards Kabich and Shushkevich. It turned out that in the Republic there is not a single worthy leader, all mediocrity, thieves, drunkards. I could not stand it and besieged him. Sasha, how can you throw mud at Vyacheslav Rantsevich and Stanislav Stanislavovich if you ask one of them to sell you a Volga from the garage of the Council of Ministers, and you drink a glass of water from the other and even spend the night? You bring him cabbage, potatoes and lard. You are wrong, Pyotr Kuzmik. I don't treat everyone with the same brush. We have a lot of smart men, Bulakhov, Goncha, Lebedko, Gribanov, Trusov, for example, and you are appreciated in parliament. Lukashenko tried to retort. It became clear to me that behind this complimentary tirade there were already plans to create a team, where he was trying to involve me. A direct invitation was not followed only because I made it clear to him that I have my own political ambitions. Kravchenko refused, but others agreed. Tsapkalo established a connection between Lukashenko and the then First Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs Georgy Trezevich. 112. There were also leaders of structured organizations. For example, there was such a very noisy party Slavic Cathedral Belarus. Its leaders, Nikolai Sergeyev and Vladimir Gurin, sat for hours at Lukashenko's, asking some questions and interfering with work. We still have to deal with them. Meetings with representatives of the Union of Officers were stormy. Its leader Dmitry Ivanov supported Kabich at that time, but his associates openly supported Lukashenko. Not everything and not everyone was successful. I remember how difficult it was for the presidential candidate to negotiate with the chairman of the Agrarian Party, advisor to the Prime Minister of Belarus Semyon Sharitsky. In the same restroom 113, the elderly Sharitsky was brought secretly, as if to a meeting with his son, who worked in a company located in the building of the Central Committee of the SMB. The head of this company, Alexander Ilovik, in fact, organized the meeting. Sharitsky and Lukashenko talked alone and parted, clearly dissatisfied with each other. Semyon Georgievich, leaving, grumbled something under his breath, and our candidate, as always, imperturbable, silently drank tea. The cup in his huge fingers seemed like a toy, unnaturally small, but there were no issues with the Mogilev lads, although they made a wild impression on me personally. After Gonchar and Bulakhov, it was still possible to somehow endure Titenkov, a deputy, after all, but from the rustic appearance of the half-shaven editor of the Mogilev newspaper Grigory Kisel and the former policeman Vladimir Konoplev 114 jarred me. Lukashenko noticed this, put his hand on his shoulder and said, "The guys are good, you are friends, they will do everything that is necessary in Mogilev," and we were friends, although Igor Rybakov, the future head of the Republican television, contacted me every day, informing me about the progress of the campaign in the Mogilev region 115. Konoplev was not up to it. He wandered around all the cities and villages of the region, persuaded, explained, if necessary, threatened the local nomenclatura, waving the certificate of an assistant to the people's deputy Lukashenko. A little later, when I met Alla Konoplyova, the somewhat Neanderthal appearance of her husband stopped frightening me. She was a very smart, reserved, pragmatic woman, quite worthy of becoming a part of the ruling elite of Belarus. There was already something extraordinary about her, and those 75,000 signatures that the Konoplevs managed to collect in the Mogilev region in support of Lukashenko are not least the result of the work of her collected and outwardly discreet intellect. They came to the headquarters and, as we called them, rats. These were not rats that had escaped from the ship, since Kabich's ship might not have sunk, but these prudent people preferred to negotiate with everyone at the same time. Therefore they sent their plenipotentiary representatives, rats, to the headquarters. A respectable grey-haired grandfather with a scientific degree came, squinting affectionately, looked around and introduced himself in a whisper. Shalingovsky, I am from Ivan Ivanovich Antonovich 116. You understand, Ivan Ivanovich himself at that time headed the Analytical Institute of the government and every Sunday poured over us on the state television channel with the last words available to the Doctor of Philosophical Sciences and the former member of the Politburo of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of Russia during Poloskov's times. Probably in this way Antonovich tried to bring our victory closer. Echoes reached us information about negotiations with Myasnikovich 117. This was completely outrageous. Myasnikovich served as first deputy prime minister, and in the event of Kabich's victory, he was to head the government. Leonid Sinitsyn recalls, before it became obvious that Lukashenko had become the clear leader, Lukashenko and I spoke with Myasnikovich. He sighed, well, yes, I understand that you have very good chances. It's like I'm on your side. I don't remember verbatim, but the fact that he expressed his readiness to cooperate with us was already clear then. As they say, to foresee in time does not mean to betray, but Gonchar and Bulakhov appeared less and less. Dima Bulakhov still somehow had to trade his face, since officially it was he who headed the initiative group for collecting signatures for the nomination of A.G. Lukashenko as a presidential candidate. In fact, all the dirty work was done by the cops, Malumov and Sazonov, who built a pyramid of various people who were not connected by anything except the sincere belief that Lukashenko's victory would allow them to live better. Probably, both young wolves felt their foreignness in a motley company. On one of these, I repeat, infrequent visits, they drank coffee and discussed how to form a group of proxies of a presidential candidate. They said that work by category, by profession is definitely needed. Deputy Viktor Kaczynski is a military man, and this is very good. There is a pensioner, a doctor, a scientist here. Bulakhov asks, Vitya, what about prostitutes? Who will work with prostitutes? Dima, why does he need prostitutes? He already has us. After such jokes, one could choke on coffee. We were not used to the fact that politicians are cynical people in those days. Olga Abramova, then co-chair of the Movement for Democratic Reforms in Belarus, recalls, at the meeting with Lukashenko, we looked closely at him and asked many questions about the fate of the economy, the fate of local government, and we were very confused by the answers. We got the impression that so far the team's system of views, program approaches have not been formed. Alexander Grigorievich made me an offer. I will need women ministers. Join our team. and he repeated, "I will need women ministers." I thanked him for this flattering offer, of course, but said that I should think about it, and at the end of the meeting I presented him with my book about Arkady Volsky, a Russian industrialist politician, with the inscription, "To the future President of the Republic of Belarus." Now it looks even funny. Philosopher Abramova gives Lukashenko his pamphlet about Volsky, international specialist Sapkalo, about reforming the economy in the states of Southeast Asia, philologist Feduta, about Pushkin, just some kind of writers' union. SAC gives the go-ahead. The Bureau of the Central Committee of the Youth Union of Belarus reacted to the gatherings of Lukashenko's headquarters in the building of the Central Committee with extreme caution. Everyone understood that this would not end well for the SMB, but they did not dare to stop me either. In the end, a member of the Central Committee of the SMB, a former internationalist warrior Eurobatian, who was then an assistant to Gennady Danilov, stopped by and showed me a draft resolution of the Council of Ministers on the nationalization of our Building 118 and asked why the hell I let Lukashenko to me. Then Yura called somewhere, and we went to his boss. He turned out to be a man of his word. He promised Yura that he would listen to me, and listened. "So, guys," Danilov said after listening, "I thought why Feduta dislikes cabbage so much, but it turns out that he is offended. Well, if the injustice is corrected, will you expel Lukashenko from the building?" "No," I said, "I can't do that." "How can you? If Cabbage announces tomorrow," I said without thinking twice, "that the building has a rightful owner, I will immediately announce the convocation of an extraordinary Congress and my forthcoming resignation. There are 2 months before the Congress, during which time Lukashenko will leave, and I will leave. That satisfies us," muttered, on reflection, the right hand of the Prime Minister. "But you're not lying. Are the documents in order?" In the morning I spoke with Cabbage for the first time. "Oh, it's you." The Premier's hand was tired, but with a clear claim to firmness. "You rewarded here, all of you rewarded." Danilov kept his promise. Chairman of the Committee for Youth Affairs Mikhail Podjany was literally stunned when he heard the Prime Minister. "Why would we break the law? The building has an owner. Talk to him." "Thank you, Vyacheslav Rantsevich," I said. "How to thank? You know, keep your word." Cabbage asked. I nodded. "Alexeychik, director of Beltao, has already been warned," said Danilov. "You have his correspondent sitting in the waiting room, waiting for your statement." I remember with what joy Lukashenko shook hands with me after this resignation of mine. "Sasha, and you got rid of it." The fact is that Lukashenko clearly understood, if he lost the elections, he would have remained completely on the beans, and he would have nowhere to go. All his opponents had something to do after the defeat. Corresponding members of the Academy of Sciences Stanislav Shoshkovich and Gennady Karpenko, and Vyacheslav Cabbage, who reached the pinnacle of executive power and became one of the fathers of the Belarusian sovereign state, and hero of labor Alexander Dubko, and the secretary of the Central Committee, somehow, but still, of the party Vasily Novikov, and the leader of the Belarusian Popular Front Pozniak. Everyone had rears, but he did not. He could not, having been a presidential candidate, return to the Gorodets state farm. Such doom made him think about whether there is a place for his associates in the election campaign to return, and won't they give it up. That is why he preferred the get rid of who burned the bridges to retreat, and he diligently sought the renunciation of his assistants from the past and present, in the name of a far from so obvious future. It's not hard to imagine how pleased he was when Mikhail Sazonov and Yuri Malumov refused to follow the interior minister's order and return to their jobs, citing the fact that they were supposedly still seconded to Lukashenko's commission. Both were threatened with dismissal, but the officers violated the order because they hoped to become politicians and give orders themselves. 119. When, a day before the trip to Kabich, I informed Sinitsyn about the threat looming over the headquarters, he only narrowed his eyes cunningly. It turns out that new premises for the headquarters have already been prepared. They even began to transfer all the accumulated papers there. Boroduk took us in. Arkady Boroduk is a mysterious figure, judging by his own stories, which, however, always have a cool Munchausen flavor. He was born somewhere in the sunny Magadan region, so he learned the manners there without much difficulty. He was engaged in construction. Then, after the blessed Gorbachev's reforms, according to him, he switched to some kind of financial transactions. By the beginning of the 1994 election campaign, he was already the owner of several companies, and at the same time the deputy chairman of the board of Belagroprom Bank, that is, the deputy of the future first Lukashenko Prime Minister Mikhail Chichr. Since our policeman Nikolai Karpevich shortly before checked one of Boroduk's companies, then, most likely, it was he who attracted Deputy Chichr to the election team. Chichr himself appeared with us only once, carefully pressing himself into his own jacket. At that time, he did not look like not only the future head of the government, but even the head of a large bank, which he led. The premises allocated by Boroduk for the headquarters were not far from the building of the Central Committee of the Komsomol, that is, from our former headquarters. These were 6 rooms with a separate entrance, located on 2 landings. We called them birdhouse, and sat in this birdhouse. In fact, on the birds' rights, the opportunity to use the premises for free was a kind of sponsorship contribution by Boroduk. In addition, cars, personal vehicles, were regularly refueled with gasoline that was then overlimited, and staff officers once a day went down to the dining room to dine, at the expense of the company. That is all the same Boroduk. I repeat, it was probably the cheapest election campaign and the cheapest headquarters I have ever seen. The candidate himself rarely visited the headquarters. He traveled a lot around the republic, held meetings in Minsk. It should be noted that at that time he was an almost perfect worker. Today's categorical, not accepting other people's opinion president, being a candidate, knew how to listen to everyone, and very patiently. The headquarters did not meet often now. Initially, when there was little work, Sinitsyn tried to shake us up at the general training camp, helping to stay in shape, but as the mechanism unwinded and the signatures began to flow, they gathered only to discuss really pressing issues. And on May 31, 1994, the SAC began the procedure for registering candidates for the post of president. The signatures were collected. The record holder was, as expected, Vyacheslav Kabich. He collected 411,000 signatures. In addition, submitted to the SAC 203 signatures of deputies of the Supreme Council. Nomination for the post of president was carried out by collecting signatures of 100,000 citizens or 70 deputies of the Supreme Council. The second and third places went to candidates who relied on the support of branched party structures. Pozniak, 232,000, and Novikov, 199,000. Dubko scored 146,000. And Shushkovich, 131,000. Lukashenko was in 4th place, 176,000, and more than 70,000 signatures were collected in the Mogilev region. Alla and Volodya Konoplev worked. Difficulties arose only with one of the potential candidates, Gennady Karpenko. Through the intrigues, to the goal everyone perceived Gennady Karpenko as a person with democratic, completely market-oriented convictions. He was his own for both the opposition and the authorities. In parliament he headed the Commission on Science and Scientific and Technological Progress, and then, with all his dislike for sudden body movements, he dropped everything and ran for the post of chairman of the Molodechno City Council. Then this post was combined with as chairman of the executive committee. Viktor Goncha became his first deputy. This duo tried to turn Molodechno into the capital of market transformations, and at the same time into the cultural capital of Belarus. The city has really changed. Every year it hosted various festivals and competitions. Perhaps the best conditions for the development of entrepreneurship in the country were created in this regional center. The press left. The new utopians are turning Molodechno into the city of the sun. Laughter, but that's how it was, and the mayor of the city Karpenko became more and more famous and popular. His candidacy could attract to his side the intelligentsia, officials, and the director's corps. It was a dangerous rival also because he did not bear any personal responsibility for the collapse of the economy, and everyone was interested in removing his candidacy from the race. Gennady Karpenko relied solely on volunteers, a group of professional signature collectors, then new for Belarus, who worked for money. Karpenko had no big money, and, accordingly, little hope for success, but he had another hope. It was possible to collect the signatures of 70 deputies of the Supreme Council, where Gennady Dmitrievich was quite popular, and it was relatively easy for him to collect these signatures, and they were put in support of Karpenko by people of various political convictions, from members of the parliamentary opposition to members of the parliamentary majority, from young wolves to supporters of the Bison Shoshkovich, driven by them to political half-death. Karpenko collected 70 signatures of deputies, and relaxed, believing that it was no longer necessary to collect 100,000 signatures of ordinary voters. This is what ruined him. Of the 110,000 signatures collected by his infantry, the SAC was able to recognize only 93,000 as valid. The rest was painted by unscrupulous volunteers who thought about money more than about the victory of their candidate. The supporters of Stanislav Shoshkovich were the first to withdraw deputy signatures for Karpenko. This campaign was organized by Deputy Oleg Trusov, who understood well that Karpenko was able to pull off a good third of the votes of his candidate. This is where everyone else started to hustle. One less opponent, that will be nice. Having learned that among those who put signatures in support of Karpenko's nomination, not only Viktor Goncha, which was just quite natural, but also several of his supporters, Lukashenko held a special meeting and demanded one thing: withdraw the signatures, immediately, at any price. It was almost a hysteria. Even the head of the initiative group to nominate Lukashenko himself, Dmitry Bulakhov, was among the signatories. The meeting went on for over an hour. The agreements didn't work, and only the argument of Leonid Sinitsyn played a certain role. Do not worry, they will shoot Karpenko even without us. Sinitsyn offered not to quarrel with Karpenko, hoping to win him over to our side in the future. Moreover, it was already known that members of the Deputy Association Belarus were withdrawing their signatures. In a conversation on the street, which I accidentally witnessed, Vasily Leonov supported Sinitsyn. "What are you worried about? Why do you need a headquarters at all? they will do everything for you, and so it happened. Out of 78 deputy signatures filed for the nomination of Karpenko as a presidential candidate, only 64 remained in the sack. Karpenko could sue the sack, but did not want to. Perhaps he was just lazy. Perhaps he hoped that he would still have a chance to catch up if the elections did not take place. Lukashenko, thus, got out of the story with Karpenko's signatures, saving face. Only Bulgakov's signature was withdrawn, and then, not withdrawn, but replaced by the signature of Ivan Titenkov. Bash on Bash, Kabich's team was inspired by the success achieved. They knew about the actual end of Karpenko's campaign even before Lukashenko submitted his signatures to the Central Election Commission, and since now it was Lukashenko who was perceived as the main competitor, he should not have been given the opportunity to register. The bet was placed on the leaders of the Slavic Cathedral Belarus Nikolai Sergeyev and Vladimir Turin. What they were promised then, no one still knows, but it was they who publicly announced that Lukashenko had betrayed the integration idea, surrounded himself with foreign intelligence agents and abandoned his center-left convictions. Sergeyev and Turin called on the rank-and-file members of their party not to hand over signatures, even if they collected them, but there was no panic in our headquarters. No one really knew how many signatures the members of the Slavic Council had collected, but Malumov and Sazonov, who were counting, finally reassured us, everything is in order, we are moving on. In addition, the rank-and-file members of the Slavic Council not only did not leave our ship after their leaders, but, on the contrary, conscientiously tried to prove that they were not like that. The work continued, signatures were being collected. General Anatoly Bronkovich personally collected about 700 signatures. Lukashenko was registered. The election campaign has begun.